wishing me to call you when you're turning me on. The way you telling me you wanted me down. Done it, I done this before you falling. I won't catch you, don't know I'm stalling. Cause you love to have them all crying. Calling me sweet, telling me you need me. But I'm from a city that's high school. I give them this anymore, I go. Cause you a bad man, you she don't love man. You she break hearts real fast like conman. Wanna swim down to the deep end. Wanna know all my secrets, honestly. Can you keep it real? Cause honestly, I can tell that you're real fond of me. Baby, don't be shy, I can see it in your eyes. I've been running around. Too bad, I've been sticking out your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand you how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Too bad, I've been sticking out your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand you how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Take it, baby, baby, I ain't scared to take it. Oh, and maybe when I take it, oh, I feel it coming down too strong. Cause I want ya, and it's hard to resist cause I need ya. And it's hard, baby, yeah, cause I believe ya. Hold me tight, holding on tonight. Oh, then we cover, then we get to your clean and proper.
Hello, friends. Welcome back to map number 2. Entering into Clubhouse momentarily. It's St. Clair versus University of Ottawa. My name is Chief Cass. Binks is joining me alongside the broadcast today. We saw a very dominant performance out of St. Clair, a 7-4 on their opponent's map choice. Now entering into map number 2, going all the way over to Germany, traveling from Italy. What can we expect from Dubhouse?
Well, I do think that we could see a lot more aggression and timed aggression. And you're probably wondering, how are you saying more aggression? We just came off of Villa. And that's because Clubhouse is a slightly smaller map, and the different type of cross angles you do with Villa and the buffer rooms are simply not there. You can break a wall and be right on into sight, where Villa really forces you to take that extra time to drone. Clubhouse gives you a lot more leeway. But speaking of Clubhouse being our next map, we actually have a map graphic that we weren't able to show you guys earlier, to really show you where we could possibly go if you, Ottawa, is able to retaliate and take away St. Clair's map pick.
Ooh, I'm excited to see maps. We talked about statistics all day, and here's the map veto. St. Clair Saints, how dare you? I'm going to block them all on Twitter. They banned Bank, the best map and the most fun map in the competitive pool. That's so rude of them.
But we also got to fault Ottawa. They banned Coastline, which is probably one of the most fun. It's so much fun to cast.
I hate Coastline. It's getting removed from the map pool. Haha.
Don't remind me, dude. That's why I'm like, why could you ban it? Like, just let us enjoy it one more time.
No, get it out of here. Theme Park is replacing Coastline, and then we're getting Skyscraper and Border to make it a 9-map pool. Brilliant. Incredible.
We are going to see so many layers. If you thought that Team Strat books were deep right now, they're about to get a lot deeper, because they have to be ready for a lot more different kinds of gameplay. But regardless, Clubhouse is where we're going to be going next. It does not look the same as Villa, as you guys may think, but...
That's cap. They're the same map, same skin.
Well, like, it's like a reskin, but like it's like when you have a texture pack on Minecraft that like really changes things up to the point where it's like practically Roblox. I'm gonna get a lot of hate for saying that.
I don't even know what that means.
Texture pack on Minecraft, it's just like reskins everything for you.
All right, we're just gonna hop into map number 2 and let you fantasize about other video games, because after all, my friend, we are here. Map number 2, Clubhouse, the St. Clair choice, and going into the ban wave, I'm expecting actually some odd bans. Honestly, if I was Ottawa Grave on my offensive ban, I would remove somebody who entries. And it seems like we're going to have a quick rehost. We'll dive back over to caster cameras for that. So we can continue to throw on our tinfoil hats and start to fantasize about what could go on in the ban wave. Now, I will say, keep Thatcher up on CCTV. Don't ban him. Remove Maverick. Maverick is incredibly broken, especially in the high level, the upper echelon of play when you're running 6 sets of nades, or probably 3 sets of nades for a six total. So it is incredibly OP. Maverick, get him out of here on Clubhouse. CCTV is broken with Maverick in play.
How can you almost guarantee that a Maverick gets by in ban phase, though? Is there any operator you could probably
you ban
ban
him yourself.
before?
No. Honestly, Thatcher isn't as terrifying as people make him out to be. Now, in the lower levels, absolutely. But again, if we look at the professional play, in SI, when Thatcher was left unbanned, guess how many times he was played? Or the percentage?
3?
What?
3%?
No, actually a little higher, 12%. So
Whoa.
at the professional level, when Thatcher is in play, he's only being played 12% of the time. So that statistic means that basically the other 88% of the time that Thatcher is available, he is not played. So does that mean Thatcher is as powerful as an operator? I know I've had this discussion on NECC broadcast before, and people hated this take. But if the pros, when Thatcher has available, are not playing him 88% of the time, that does make you question, is the ban justified?
It depends. Oh my God, statistics!
We have statistics here? So, is this pick rate or is this operator?
This is ban rate. This is total top 5. This is our ban rate. So we actually have Thatcher coming in. As Chief said, 50% of games have Thatcher banned. That leaves a quite interesting other 50%. Jackal. Stop banning Jackal.
I love
It's a
Jackal.
crutch.
Yep.
He's a crutch ban.
This is
from last
overall
season.
bans last season. So 42% of the time Jackal was banned last season. Interesting.
Not worth it. It's not worth the ban in my personal opinion. Flores, interestingly enough, I can see that he does have a lot of powerful, and he can be an alternative to Thatcher, so it is reasonable to get him off the board. Maverick, anytime you're on Clubhouse, get him out of there. Hibana, I feel like that's another thing on Clubhouse. Get her out of there.
I'm going to go back. And we're going to go up to defense too and talk about this. I want to say one. I know Thatcher can disable utility from outside the map in a safe position, right? If you're bringing ADSs, you want your ADSs in play. However, you can trick ADSs, or probably trick Thatcher. So what you do, if you're playing a deployable shield, you can, my trick them. So you pocket them, which you should always be doing. And as soon as the first EMP goes out, you immediately throw the ADS, and you catch that also precious nade. There's a lot of things that you can do to counterplay a Thatcher, and most teams just simply don't do it, or they don't know it. And again, what makes Rainbow Six Siege so unique is how detailed it is. Oh, no! I'm quitting. Don't ban Bang 20% of the time, my dear friends. I love that map. Please make me happy.
But there's Borgen. You mentioned that. We look at the least banned map. It is Oregon, and I think that's exactly what we were expecting to see, Chief. And man, oh man, that's probably why we see it almost every single game. So St. Clair Saints, thank you so much for banning it today. Adding to that percentage.
Hey, Coastline has 13% ban rate. Sadly, no longer an option. And you might be asking, casters, hit S on your keyboard. I promise you, friends, I'm hitting S, but we're not quite ready for the lobby. Moments away. Still give us another 2 minutes for that. And I want to talk about the new maps going to pool, since that was leaked today, as we mentioned earlier. Coastline getting ejected, thank God. And now we're getting Theme Park back, which... happy. Like, this is
that's a happy moment. That's
a huge dub. Is that what the kids call it? Dubs?
Chief, you gotta stop pulling on this boomer card constantly. It's an overused bit, Chief. It's overused. You're not that much of a boomer. You want to think you're older? You want to get that seniors discount? You're at that gray zone in between, my friend.
Here, so I may as well, make the joke why it lasts, or why it's not true.
It's all fun and games till you actually are one.
I will say, Skyscraper Border. I'm excited to see what Skyscraper brings. Again, an OG map from the comp pool. I don't think people remember that. That's like a year 2 comp map. And I'm very eager to see what professional players are going to do to break down that map and create new strategies. And same thing with Border. Honestly, I have some hot takes about Border as being actually quite a viable map, but a lot of teams don't actually know how to hard breach on that map properly. But we'll save that for another day when it enters in the map pool.
It will, because we have a very pressing issue, and that's going to be the bans here on Clubhouse, as we are just about to hop right on in. First ban coming out, and it's Thatcher. Oh.
Yeah.
Do you think the Maverick... Do you think St. Clair Saints will let it go through because they are on the attacking side first?
They're going to ban Maverick. No, they'll ban Jackal. They want to be aggressive on defense. They ban Jackal. Oh, Hibana. Also a viable ban. I don't hate the Hibana ban. She's known as the Queen of Hatches. Extremely powerful here on Clubhouse. Why is she powerful? Because she can go 2x2 configurations, the X-Cairo pellets, and that allows her to open up the hatches, or the 1x2 configurations allow you to potentially bypass an impact trick. So that extra flexibility might, well, pay dividends if she was in play. Currently off the board, so now you have to kind of substitute that beautiful hard breach utility through a pocket thermite charge, through Ace Selmas, through a traditional thermite charge, and again, all those are very vulnerable to an impact trick.
I think we can't forget that also one of the very powerful things, it's 2 Selma breaching charges, right? To get a hatch?
It's 2 Selmas to open a hatch, correct.
But what a lot of teams forget, now Maverick and Ace together, you throw 1 Selma breaching charge, then finish off the rest with your blowtorch, because I believe 2 or 3 seasons ago, hatches were changed to have health point systems, where it's just a matter of hard breach health points that you take off. A hard breach device, when it has all of the things on it, does just enough, or has like everything but 2, or at least 2. It has just enough to open up a hatch. You have the Maverick, which is just like a weird gray zone of how much damage it does. Selma breaching charge does 50%. 1 Hibana pellet does does 50% as well. But it's like you said, it's exactly, she's the queen of hatches. She gets those open just like that. Lines of sights, that's Hibana. But Maverick has the ability to do it, but he has to be very close, putting him, you mentioned an impact trick. When it's a Maverick, you see the Nitro trick, and oftentimes you see the Maverick lose their life.
I'm going to bring this point up again. We talked about it last week on NECC with Korbeck as my duo. We talked about the JJ Blasphel Deputy Amateur T3 player strategy of avoiding those impact tricks through the use of candelas through the floor. So you unscrew the candela, you place it through the floor. Oh, no. I'm not done yet, my friend. As well as the fuse. So your flash and explosive hockey pucks are raining terror like an AC-130 gunship, and it is terribly broken. 10 out of 10 recommend for your rank games, and it actually has worked at very high level elo, or high level comp, so.
It works. It's a very broken strategy, getting flashed and naded, but it does take up 2 of your operator selection slots. But then again, Ying has the hard breach device at her disposal. Does she have a Gone 6 as well? I can never remember, but regardless, all you need to know is that it is very, very potent and works quite well. And tell me what you use to counter that. Because each Yin Candela, Warden, sure, but each Yin Candela, when you deploy it through a window, it will get caught by an ADS and a Wamai unless they patch that, which makes Ying one of the most slept-on burn possibilities. But look at this rush. Right on in comes JM Beast. Charles is going to be going for the plant, covered by Salty. Swinging around, Kinger able to use that LMG to great effect. And no, okay, sure. Swinging around, trying to find it. Refrag by Kinger, and trying to rise themselves. 3 consecutive kills now for the defenders. The 2 of them, DJ, Tommy, looking to find it. Looking for JM Beast. He has that boost, but it will quickly fade away. Nade cooked. M14, M4, one of the best guns you could be using this scenario, but it won't matter because the SMG-11 will be able to win it out. Do it to him. Do it, Tommy. Oh, okay.
Let the hate flow through you. I think that's a line from Starbucks. Or Starbucks. Wow. I don't know where that came from. I also don't know where that attacking round came from. Quite sloppy for the side of St. Clair. That was interesting to say the least. I like the read. I like them just taking the map control away from Ottawa, realizing the hole in the defense, and just pushing through the bomb site absolutely. The one problem that I have was actually the post plant. Excellent read to plant, but what happens when you, I don't know, are defending your nest egg, right? You have this diffuser down the ground, you plant it in a very atypical spot. So what? You just fall back over into dirt tunnel. You play close tuck over by Wine, the vending machine type thing in the basement. You play the long angle made by the impact grenade of one of the defenders rotating in through Ashwall. And you play these very long angles. The problem with St. Clair, once they made that read, They just continued their rush, and they didn't slow down. They continued to execute throughout the bomb site, and both bomb sites, in fact, they overextended their arms, and they started to crumble. Once you factor in the opening death they suffered to that MP5, from there, I mean, the round kind of just started to crumble, and St. Clair, a team that is known for being arrogant and aggressive, stalled off their own brilliant play.
I love how you keep using that word, arrogant and aggressive.
That's,
You
to be
know,
fair, the
another
actual
way.
word
You know
of St.
another way.
Clair.
Yeah. Do you know another way to just use that word?
Hmm.
Your arrogant and aggressive use of Starbucks.
I don't know where Starbucks came from.
Do you have any Starbucks around? Oh.
Unfortunate. I will say in high school, back a million years ago when I was in high school, I used to get Starbucks every day. I haven't.
They had
in
Starbucks back
years.
then?
Unfortunately, yeah, I had to go with my squared wheeled car.
I thought that you had one of those Flintstone ones.
No. I was before the Flintstone car.
Oh, right. The wheel. My bad. My bad.
No, Flintstones had foot pedal cars with circular wheels that were made out of stone. Mine were, well, square wheels.
Bro, they had it easy.
It happens.
But regardless, Mute Jammer does look to be taken care of. Char is now able to get the wall. C4 cooked out. Will detonate, not doing any damage, however, as there was a nice, pleasant Finka boost, but I still don't think there's any damage done. Now with a minute 56, a split push is now underway, losing their key player of the Zofia of Salty Boy Jesus. Crack the Mira. That's a very smart way to deal with it. In DKXMD, or DKMD. I'm curious about the name, but we'll get to that later.
Oh,
Nades ringing out. Will DJ survive? Will survive one, as it won't matter too much, and now they have the free opportunity to continue to swing. Now, a Habana would be very useful here, or an Ace, but there is no way for them to throw any sort of utility to deal with this Mira. Flashbang ringing out. Will be able to hit DJ, causing Tommy to spread out, but DJ with the swing will be able to find JM Beast. There goes your Maverick, and now this round of the minute 15 is down to a 4v3.
Bad decision-making process for the side of St. Clair. Not only the team kill to open up this round, but that Rush has lost that diffuser. You're going to have to start to subsidize that through different means of aggression. I think there's also a flank taking place from the side of Ottawa University, who are starting to come in from behind. They're starting to pressure back up those red stairs. So the Vice is starting to close on St. Clair, who's still outside by that main breach. You have to break down this mirror window. A low HP shares, and Rapid's going to fall, and now Kinger, the last one left, against 4, and well, they're going to be shut down by that Maestro Alda. Well done to the University of Ottawa, who are just calm, cool, and collected throughout this round, and their setup really helped them win that round.
It did. It really... Their setups have been shutting down the aggression, where how can you push aggressively into that site? Jump through a window? No, that's covered. Oh, you can go through... there's a mirror watching that initially. You get that initial information, mean you don't really have that surprise aspect. Well, through construction... Oh, there you go. Construction, you had control of that in logistics. You had the thermite. If you were to have them get the wall open on Jacuzzi, which a lot of teams do, instead of having them stay there, make them rotate. They have the time to go up to the roof, down to logistics, have that bedroom wall now open. That's long lines of sight that favor you and really split the defenders in half, where they don't have that ability to rotate, and you're slowly able to clear across, starting with looking from Logi towards construction door, and continue to sweep across. That site is now yours with that aggression.
Interesting. Bandit battery placement on the top red wall. A solo wall reinforced. Now that's designed in the event that an Ace Selma charge was in play. You could open up that wall, long distance Hail Mary throw with the Selma, and that very strong fixed position of the defenders gets broken down. It also means that Tommy most likely will not be going for a bandit trick because they've kind of spread themselves thin. You can see the other bandit on the solo wall of Con, so that's going to be confirmed. No bandit trick being taken place. So now Salty Boy Jesus has solo reign to remove that utility. What they're going to do, Biggs, is they're going to push in through lobby. They're going to go for a prone shot, and you can dismantle that bandit battery. You can also go for the Maverick trick. However, that's going to be very difficult to do because of the pre-made murder holes in that soft wall, so you don't want to leave your Maverick vulnerable.
In case you're wondering, that is largely in part because of the ability to rotate and shoot, when you have it open, the same way you break the debris on the other side of a mirror to be able to show more, that's exactly what you see here. So very smart for the Maverick of JMBs to be going and doing the top side first. But you could have also gone for an upside down rappel once those bandit batteries are destroyed. Regardless, you'll see here how he can see more to the right, as well as when Tommy looks, he should be able to find it. And a beautiful shot from Tommy to find Salty Boy Jesus. They can no longer go down below for those charges. And it does seem, once again, St. Clair has stalled out.
Again, I would rather leverage utility from elsewhere, but with the mistake being made, you're now going to have to start to do different things during this round, and that's going to be the rotation of Kinger over to highway window with coverage of Rapid taking control of the master side. You now have more flexibility to place Kinger on that aggressive stance to be able to continue to pressure in through the west-facing window. Now, Rapid, on the other hand, they need to start to have information, a drone to continue to push on forward to kind of give the coast is clear to take control of Cash, which most certainly will not be a free reign for the offense to push through, because you have both the Bandit MP7 as well as the Meister Alda on the other side ready to greet any member of St. Clair that decides to step through the threshold.
Minute now remaining. DKMD, he gets this frag here, partially shutting down this construction push. Could be pivotal and make it a lot easier for OK Sure. He was slowly coming up those red stairs. Meanwhile, you have the push coming out from the main wall. Swinging out, DKMD won't be ready in time. That allows Rapid to reposition. And now all around, this does seem like a big stalemate that will be broken by Rapid, finding DKMD and being lit up by Tommy over on red stairs. Or sorry, yes, red stairs.
Okay, Sure has not been identifying the flank. There he goes. The audio cue gives him away. Now here's the call to action. The push in from St. Clair has been read, though. Tommy's going to be able to down one, but forced to go to the pistol. Lack of ammunition is going to provide a window for St. Clair to start to go for the plan. Red plays, or red stairs, is the only opportunity for Tommy to make any play, and boy, is making it look easy. Now finds themselves the quad, but has to push in through the main breach, or the pre-made rotation hole of red, and that's going to be read into perfectly by Thermite. A 1v1 standoff into the post plan, but St. Clair, an excellent execute for them.
So close to getting that ace, and highly unfortunate that they weren't able to pull it out. But there you go. That is St. Clair State's first round. Now on the board, and I feel like I should be talking in slow-mo. Oh, there, we're back. Okay. Weird loading screens today, Chief. Weird loading screens. Taking forever.
No, I'm in normal time. You're just in slow-mo.
I'm not in slow-mo right there. That took forever, didn't it?
No, you're just in slow-mo, bro.
It's just the lifeguarding, Gene. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you have such a high-paced job, right, where you have to save everybody when you have to come back to reality and, you know, deal with normal humans like myself. You know, we're just so low in the totem pole that you don't know how to, you know, read normal scenarios because, again, high-paced life. All right, fast-paced life, fast lane, things like that.
I think it's just the Star Wars I drank earlier. It was a really good iced chai latte.
The Chewbacca Achino?
Yes. Yeah.
Delicious. Hopefully there's
Hey,
no
hey, Chief. Chewbacca Chino for me?
Yeah? Might help, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, I wonder if we're going to be seeing any type of beverages be created here, or will there be so little time because St. Clair is going to go for another one of these rushes, then there won't be an opportunity to do so. Again, the last time that we saw this bomb site, back at round number 1, it was St. Clair electing to go for a rush. They did a two-pronged rush coming in from the dirt tunnel, the escape tunnel known on the compass, as well as from the blue stairs and from Oil Pit. DJ has already identified that the green barricade has been broken, so he can start to send the air raid siren that, hey, there might be something a little bit odd going by the secret stairs. We should be fully alert, and OK Sure is also going to be rotating over into the area. So now we have 2 gun barrels ready to deal with this push, and sure, you might be visual cloaked, but it actually might be giving more information to St. Clair because the visual static is going to be very heavy, and that's going to be kind of free information saying, hey, I think we've been compromised.
I do actually want to point out a little bit of misplay in position from DJ. You really want to keep that castle barricade up. Unfortunate that it's gone, but the way he broke it down, it means it can be redeployed somewhere else. So it's just a matter of if DK will actually go for that. They still have that one in their pocket, as you can now see. But regardless, this push is now underway, and it does seem to be a blue take is almost inevitable. And it is what we saw last time, an attempt to split the site in half, as well as tunnel. So a very big mimic, and it worked last time. But they have to be able to play the post plant, and I think we could see St. Clair correct upon that this round.
You also have to overwhelm the defense on the bomb side. They've pretty much all rotated other than Vigil, who's now coming down the secret stairs. Actually, Vigil has been identified, but the on-site pressure has more or less crumbled underneath the push of St. Clair. Equal trading between the two teams. We currently find ourselves at a 2-2 piece with plenty of time to play with for both teams to kind of reset themselves and start to gather more information. JM Beast had a drone that was just lost, so you're now going to have Saltboy Jesus be your primary droner. And now you have an opportunity cost. Do you keep that drone on the flank, or do you actually bring it into sight to gather information? I guess there are avenues to gather information. That's going to be the impact launcher or the lifeline launcher, those stun grenades to kind of learn and lock down exactly where those defenders are. But probably more importantly, it's going to be that rotation of the diffuser taking place through Dirt Tunnel. Now with the plant going down, that's the audio cue that Ottawa needs to start to swing into action. There's red pings as well, but they seem to be missing every one of their shots. DJ active in the round. Nitro Cell dispatched, good for that kill, and now they're going to start to hunt with this commando. But it's a fixed positioning behind this gun rack that's allowing JMBs to kind of be unpredictable. Just keep this pressure up and try to deal with this swing. Unfortunately, it's not going to go in their direction, and that's going to be a nice shot in DJ's victory.
DJ has really done a good job this game of really isolating his gunfights. He's never taken one where he is going against a 1-on-2 where he has to shoot two people in the span of like 3 seconds. It's very cold and calculated, and they are timing their aggression to such a degree that I am not surprised that they are 7-1. It's very, very sufficient, and you can see now, and Chief, I want to make sure you know that DJ previously edited for your boy Roy and Frizzable, so you can see why they're able to do it so well.
Nice. So I guess, they just learn through osmosis by, clicking buttons in MS Paint, right?
Probably. But interesting from DJ. They're not going to be taking that aggressive role in the Mozzie. They're back to the Mira, which we saw. I do believe that was the same pick as last time. And I like to see the versatility, the complete range that all of these players have taken, where they're not just taking the fragger, or they're not just taking the support player. And it shows a lot of depth in each of these players' ability to play. And I also need to highlight Tommy on the mute, who's going 8-2. So the top frag of the game. But the only reason that KD is being dragged down is because of those 2 deaths. But Chief, can we really fault them?
I can't give him any fault. What I can say, though, is good news, my friend. Thermite has been ejected from the field of play for St. Clair in favor of the A Selma charges, something that you wanted to actively see in the previous round, and hopefully more good news on the side of St. Clair Saints. And that good news is going to come from the not-death of Saltboy Jesus, who was spawn killed by their teammate in the previous showing of Jim Bedroom back in round 2. Perplexing deployable shield. The reason for that shield actually baffles me because you have a line of sight onto it from multiple angles of that highway window. So if you're just kind of sitting, scrolling through your in-game defender phone looking at cameras, well, surprise, there could be a gun barrel and some bullets whizzing over your dome.
Interesting to say the least. Close on the nade is going to do 10 points of health, or 15 possibly, to the Frost of Nacho, which means they have droned out. So I am not expecting to see any Frostmat kills because they should be theoretically checked. But oftentimes, that's the thing about Frost. She's tricky. She's going to put Frostmats in locations where, one, you can't look down and jump in. It just is not a viable option, or places you don't expect. Speaking of places you don't expect, there's OK Shirt in Garage, somewhere you probably should expect, but still playing very sneakily behind the servers.
How is Sure alive, Binks? I mean, they're stuck behind the server rack, and stuck is a good word. You can't leave that spot, and he gets away with murder.
Okay.
That was a huge misplay by St. Clair Saints. And again, this is a top-rated university, top 25 in the nation right now, and that was just not what we expect out of such a strong university. I mean, a very sloppy round, lacking information. You're forced to go to a 2v5, and I mean, this is going to be so difficult to overcome the mistake.
Rapid!
Sure, you got one on the other side of the wall, and you might be able to find that audio cue there. Congrats, you found your kill, but you still have to overcome the plethora of defenders in the bomb slot. Well, it's Rapid, and Rapid is doing very rapid things, finding kills, but what about OK Sure, who's now crouch walked behind Rapid and is going to take away the potential ace of Rapid?
Okay. Okay, sure. You can play inside of garage and go undetected. Okay, sure. You can go and then rotate to right stairs and play. Okay, sure. You can then go rotate behind servers as well, get a kill. Okay, sure. You can end the round 2 and bring it to 4-1. Okay, sure. Yeah, you should have been droned out. But okay.
Sure.
Sure.
Okay.
You did a great job. I love names like that. Thank you. It's very rare I get to do that. I felt like a DJ mixing around and like.
No, DJ's in the lobby. You're Binks.
That was not your place to say that.
That was good. What a rapid response from you.
Oh. Oh, you sound salty.
We've been removed
you're just salty.
from
You're
the
just salty.
NECC broadcast.
Jesus. You sound salty.
Yeah, I'd be salty about is opening up the footholds, because we saw that in the previous showing of Cash CCTV, right, where we saw Maverick end up getting, or not probably, I mean, Maverick's coverage on the rappel getting shredded due to those pre-made holes. So, again, the strategy for St. Clair Saints going into round 6, their final round of their attacking stint, is to be much more mindful of the utility and potentially the aggressive stance of prone defenders. So, honestly, what I'd like to see is just Maverick, the utility on the wall, whether or not as a bandit batter, which is actually absent right now. Mute Jammer is also absent. Cade's banned. So you just throw one of those Selmas on the wall and you don't bother with the trick at all with the Selma.
I think you're completely right there. And okay, sure, is inside of stock. You have the footholds that didn't work out too well last time, as Kinger was the one that pushed in to stock and was able to sufficiently use that to clear out. But this time around, Maverick holes are there. Rooney, Shuria Gates are on the other side. I love that pick because it's constant denial, and you have the Maestro cameras that, if you leave up long enough, is actually going to be able to result in you being able to re-enable those consistently throughout the round. So if you are able to shut a defender inside or outside, that's now force damage or utility consistently.
What an odd way of Maverick torching a wall. You try to be as close to the floor as possible. I think that's a reaction to the death of the coverage from above, and that's not going to be taking place this round. So a small sigh of relief for the St. Clair offense. They're going to have more flexibility to leverage those drones, gather information throughout the Endeavor. Big Sleeve identify Nacho's position over at Rafters, who has a myriad of defensive gadgetry to protect them. It's going to be those with my pancakes, the Jaeger ADSs. But as a potential on-site execute takes place, it's going to be that fighting position that might pay dividends. A full YOLO push in from St. Clair. And they're actually starting to drop through that process because 2 members are still in that balcony. So that was the offense moving far faster than was actually needed. And now you find yourself kind of at square one. You've kind of stalled out in a position, and Tommy finds that kill. It's now the attack of St. Clair on the balcony, looking at a 5-1 half, which they delivered to University of Ottawa in the previous map.
We see 3 players on the side of U Ottawa in very optimal positions. Salty Boy is going to rotate back towards Garage. This Garage has claimed a lot of lives. We'll hit that proximity mine. That gives away a lot of information on where exactly they could be coming from. Meister holding this long angle. Very strong angle hold with that Alda. Even less so now. If you remember the Terror days when the Alda actually had access to an ACOG, now those were the scary ones. Spraying out. Won't be able to find anyone, but this spray could work out if it is enacted upon again, but it will only light up DKMD to a single shot. Char is now able to make their way into sight. Plant will now be attempted. That LMGE is using its full magazine to full effect. Not able to find Tommy or DK. That's a triple kill for Tommy and a very easy defuse for DK. Not even talking about the fact that the Jaeger of OK Sure ran out the window for the extra flick to delay the reaction time.
What a brilliant defending push there from the University of Ottawa Pinks. What they did well was a simultaneous push. So we saw the push from Cash CCTV door, but we didn't see the push from Red. And that was Tommy coming in from Red. The Alda wins the gunfight on the coverage, and now you just have the planter stuck between two crossfires and two defenders crashing on your position. So even if the planter goes gut up in that scenario and decides to challenge one of the two angles, they're guaranteed one kill and guaranteed to get shot in the back. It's a very difficult position to overcome. The only way to break it down is have an additional attacker alive on the coverage from that balcony. But since there is no other attackers alive, they try to do the best that they could. Once you start to incorporate the endless amount of information the Maestro camera over in the garage rafters was providing, I mean, there's just nothing that St. Clair could have done other than, I don't know, meleeed it when they walked past it.
That's a really strong split, Chief.
I mean, not the first time we've seen it, though, today, right? We saw it back on Villa, and it was St. Clair that dished that out.
My question is, do you think St. Clair has it in them on this defensive end, which is clearly shown to be favored on Clubhouse, has an opportunity to be able to come back from this? Do you think that they have it in them to be able to go
Depends on
that
how much
far?
they meme. It really, I hate to come down to that. St. Clair is a team that is known to participate in the BM far more than they should. And again, St. Clair's objective is to have fun while playing Rainbow Six Siege at a competitive collegiate level. I can't fault them for that, but throughout their endeavor to kind of play this very loose and less competitive favored style for more of a kind of a ranked YOLO style, it does leave gaps in their attacks and in their defenses, and it can put you in a very bad position. Beautiful and brilliantly done from DJ to be able to open up the wall. Do you see how fast and efficient that was? That is like a 9.5 out of 10. That was brilliant.
Not to mention the amount that he actually got from the canister, and you set it up wonderfully. Kinger will fall, but there is no point notifications when someone goes down, and that means there is a possibility of a revive. Upside down, DK the monkey will be able to use those Donkey Kong powers to get the wall open. Running on out, Tommy will be able to taste that C4, and did not taste too good, as they will now be relegated to the bench for the rest of the round. Chars, next in line to be able to take on this conflict head on, as they are holding at the top of Red Stairs and just waiting patiently for any sort of flank. Also update, Kinger is revived and not in the best health, but able to use those Maestro cams.
Lots of fighting positions still on the side of St. Clair. We saw the Goyle be brought out, and both those shields are still active. Two nades, pardon me, every nade other than one still left for Ottawa. So that gives them 5 nades to play with. I don't think those Goyo shields are very long for this world, but if the Wamai pancakes actually do their jobs, you might be able to protect those shields for much longer. But as the offense continues to push deeper into the bomb site and start to push towards the threshold of that bomb site, St. Clair is going to be in a dangerous position. They have to start to swing. They're finding their first trade, but they still have been unable to answer the previous 2 deaths of their teammates. Nitro cells are available, but look at the way that Ottawa has. They have plenty of coverage, and they also have a flank drone lurking down by lobby, so if that nitro cell does rotate all the way in through lobby, Ottawa will have that tab. Where's the nitro cell? It was forced away by one of those players, and now they're actually on the top floor. The plant's going to go down for 3, and now with the man advantage, Bings, Ottawa can just hightail it out of the bomb site and play these ridiculously long angles. Utilizing those long-range optics is going to be practically impossible for St. Clair to retake this site. We're moments away from match point. Salt Boy Jesus now suffering damage from a multitude of angles. They don't even know where they're being shot from. A brilliant offense from Ottawa University, and they find themselves exactly where they should be. Match point.
Well, let's break it down, Chief. We started with that phenomenal use of Maverick's blowtorch to completely nullify any sort of hope of keeping CC wall closed. That was open almost immediately and quite proficiently. Great use of DK on that thermite, getting it open right away, not needing to do that top end. even though I think they could have done that extremely fast with the same amount of utility, or maybe even less. Furthermore, Chief, we saw that when they started to push in, it wasn't a rush. They were playing their angles and they were playing them in a very smart way. The Zofia charge to get rid of utility rather than get the wall. You saw the push into garage. You saw the consistent flank watch also from either the Finka or the Zofia. I want to say the Zofia of Tommy was on flank watch, and it worked to absolute wonders as the aggressiveness that we saw St. Clair, the randomness that we could have called in the first match, it's like you said, it's been figured out, and 6-1 clearly demonstrates that.
Ottawa looks strong, and remember, this is St. Clair's map choice right now. We were expecting just a ridiculously dominant performance out of St. Clair, but I think we have to go back to the battle that took place with University of Ottawa against Purdue, third highest ranked team currently in the collegiate ecosystem. Sure, that was a 2-0 in the best of 3, but map number 1 went 4-7. To take 4 rounds off of Purdue is quite an accomplishment. Again, Purdue is a legacy team in collegiate, and a lot of teams struggle to take a single round away from Purdue. So 4 is excellent. And now that they're going to playing against a roster that could be considered on par with Purdue and taking it 6-1, that's quite an incredible place to be in. We see some small errors being made, and I want to highlight the fact that there's a lack of a flat place breaching charge. Please stop bringing Zofia Claymore. Case in point, this play. Claymore statistically do not provide as much kills as people think. Very rarely are you going to have a dumb play like you saw in the previous round where the Claymore is going to actually give you a gift. You're better off time efficiency, bringing that flat place breaching charge.
Rapid using the aggression that we saw previously. And Chief, I've got to be completely honest with you. I agree. Like, Tommy needs... Okay, we have time. We completely have time to just rant about Zofia using that breaching charge. You place it, you get vertical control, you get 3 extra walls, meaning that Zofia can open up to 5 holes. Now tell me, why would you take 2 people who can open up walls when you can just take a Zofia that can make 5 distinct ones in combination with any other operator on the lineup that could work those exact same wonders?
I mean, especially on this bomb side, right? You have to take vertical, and what are you going to take vertical with? Your 2 impact grenade launchers? Well, then that's going to leave the Maestro cam available. Well, sure, you can say, I have multiple sets of nades. That's true. You've lost 1 set of nades already, and you've lost a Gone 6. So now you're going to have to be very careful with your utility, and once you start to incorporate the deployable shield, that means your 4 grenades, 3 of them have to find their mark, and that's taking the assumption that you have frame-perfect use of utility burning the ADSs. And with the impact trick in play and the exothermic charge starting to be removed, that's looking very unlikely.
This is interesting. If the thermite swings, he'll see the head. I don't know if they actually placed the charge, but it won't matter. JM Beast! That's a huge headshot there. And it definitely tips the scales in favor of St. Clair as they are looking to get their second round. DJ does have the capability of getting that hatch open, but there's no hit points on it, meaning that it would be a lot of wasted time. In 30 seconds now, we know they are very persistent with the blowtorch, but at some point you have to cut your losses and just go right towards site.
Remodeling, as you mentioned, is no longer an option for Ottawa. They're going to have to start to fatal funnel through the doors provided them by the devs. And look at the angles that St. Clair is playing. They're going to be monitoring every single one of the door frames. There's the push, and Tommy's now the only one left, forced to break down the 1v5 crossfire. And that seems to be a task that they just weren't quite prepared for. St. Clair will find their second round here on Clubhouse, but still 4 more to deliver us into overtime. And even there, St. Clair is not guaranteed to win map number 2.
It's interesting. We saw such a change in St. Clair that round, now that the pressure is put on. And it's a wonder if you mentioned the memeing, could it be that now they are starting to put the afterburners on? They're saying, all right, let's see if we can take this back. And if we start to continue to see that, it will just come down to you, Ottawa, getting a lucky round or shutting down a push from St. Clair before it happens. And when I say push, it's because St. Clair likes to get aggressive on defense, as you saw from Rapid's early round frag. If they're up to shut that down early on and force St. Clair back to site, as we saw with that first initial CC defense, then we could easily see that Ottawa are going to be taking us towards that third map, and convincingly at that, because the scoreline of the last one was 7-5, correct?
4.
7-4. Still very close.
Change in the defending lineup. Goyo has departed in favor of Smoke for a single deployable shield, but that's not the perplexing part. Oh no. It's Capcan.
And Malusi.
All right. I mean, Capcan's a good operator. The 9x9 is an incredible submachine gun. 0 recoil, angle grip, 1.5 times sight. It absolutely lasers. Silvers can, make it look like a pro weapon with 0 recoil. However, the gadgetry I find perplexing because it's against a competitive team. The explosive damage really doesn't pay the dividends a lot of teams expect because it's usually going to be read into and dealt with. What Capcan does well in a competitive scene is act as a 5-point entry denial device or an early detection device. So if you hear one of your Capcans get shot, you can say, hey, there's an attacker somewhere over in this area. It's kind of the same thing that you have with an Ella detonating or a Thorin detonating or a proximity alarm detonating. You just get 5 of them. That's how they've been used in professional play. And right now, I think St. Clair is actually using them for their more traditional sense of, utility go burr.
I want to see Chief, especially on this round, if we'll see Ottawa decide to go and deal with the utility off-site, or if we're going to see just flat-out aggression towards this wall. If they are able to isolate and cut off the site, take control of Garage, I do believe that could be game over, but Rapid is situated there, and it does not look like they are willing to leave, and their setup has been done in a way that utilizes both the Wamai pucks and the Jaeger ADS, because when they do intersect, then you start to see that they will actually burn each other out.
With no Selmas on the board, that single wall that Rapid is kind of hiding behind, preventing the angle from Plat Wall, will not be opened up, so Rapid can kind of say sigh of relief there and just challenge towards the 2 doors downstairs in the garage. King Air finds the opening kill. That's going to be Maverick instead of nades off the board, something we keep hearkening to because nades are so crucial into the attacking lineup. That's the reason why we see multiple sets, only 2 sets brought in this round compared to the contrast of the previous round where we saw 3 sets being brought out. There's a trade back and forth. I think the main difference between Villa and Clubhouse is the trades that Ottawa is delivering. They were struggling on Villa. Now they almost seem frame perfect.
45 seconds. 4v4 DKMD. You can see the steadiness. They are ready to go for this push. It's just a matter of, is it the time? That smoke canister will indeed tell them it is not, and possibly to rotate somewhere else. Swinging around, Rapid to find the opening kill onto OK. Sure, that's your sledge off the board. Second Toxic Babe now being detonated. It will delay them. But Tommy, it's going to run right on through. Pistol out in hand. Get that LMG. You might need it, but no, it'll prove us wrong. Not able to check instruction. It will be Kinger to come out on top, and JM Beast to find the headshot, and that will bring us to yet another round here on Clubhouse.
That's not the first time that University of Ottawa has elected to sprint into sight with that RG-15 handgun. I wonder if that's actually a decision that's being elected, and if I were to hypothesize it, again, it's a sample size of 2. But it is a very unique sample size. I wonder if it's just the movement penalty that you have with the LMG. Not only do you, when you have a primary weapon out, you run slower, but more importantly, that LMG has a horrible ADS time. It's, I think, 300 milliseconds, which doesn't sound like that much, but in a gunfight, it is a ton. You're going to get out aim dueled by every SMG. On the defending side, even the Alda is going to do better than you. It's already ADS 10. That pistol, ADS is way faster. So that's the only reason I would think to bring out that handgun in that scenario. But you're also right. It's not the opportunity cost of all those beautiful 150 bullets.
Yep. You got it.
Is that bathroom?
Yep.
Okay, that's odd. I'm perplexed. I don't think I've seen this outside of bronze ever. I can't remember the last time in a competitive setting that I've seen this wall double reinforced unironically.
And an extension along with it.
Now,
Chief,
okay.
we can hypothesize we get to be the students this round. This is gonna be interesting.
So my hypothesis here is you double reinforce that wall to prevent the offense from pushing in a fast manner. It allows the defenders to have a better line of sight to deny a push in from Khan late round. However, the problem is that bit of utility is so important for the 3 walls in red. Now Kinger's in a bad position. If you expand it into red with a deployable shield, I'd be on board for it, but you don't even have solo wall of Khan reinforced, and you don't have head holes in Khan. Hopefully that wall's reinforced. It's not. Okay, that's odd.
I think that's
there we
where
go.
we can leave it.
Holes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. It is recoverable, I believe, to some degree, but whether or not they'll be able to do exactly what they want to is even more debatable, as OK sure will be the first to go this round. Rapid looking for the feet of the Maverick. Going prone. He is really looking now, but they are looking for each other. There's the audio. 2 players went out to spot out the feet, waiting it out. Rapid to find the headshot onto DJ. Now that's a 3v5 favoring St. Clair. There's the explosion. Thermite charge will now be able to be detonated. DKMD will indeed go for it. And Tommy to spray in. Looking for any sort of frag possible. But everything's reinforced. There's not much to shoot through.
Oh, a bad play from Rapid. The impact grenade opens up his green barricade. He misses his shots. A good reaction there from Tommy, but the trade is instantaneously on the side of St. Clair, and Nacho sees the writing on the wall big, so they realize that they have to start to push into sign. And with this wall fully reinforced, the defense of St. Clair has nothing to do to stop it other than those foot-level holes. I guess you can also swing and win? How does JMBs get away with it? He said he wanted to play with his food a bit and spice things up. Boy, has he ever. What a ridiculous play. University of Ottawa caught sleeping.
Oh, sorry, Chief. I just woke up. Do you say something? What did I miss?
Yes, JMBs went Nuki.
Oh. Did that thermite have another charge?
Yes. It was currently in his hand when he died.
Oh, okay. That's a little bit more Did they have a drone? These are questions we could be asking, but
I doubt there'd be a drone because of the offense was prioritizing the push into plat wall, and they probably didn't have enough time to establish that drone. That drone into the box over there by the top of the main stairs or central stairs, Logi and Master Door is a very late drone to put, and I highly doubt one was there.
Mm-hmm. But we're now seeing a very similar scoreline to previous map. 6-4 now. St. Clair 2 rounds away from pushing into overtime, and they would be challenging the scoreline of the previous match, meaning that they would be coming farther than Ottawa did. But at the end of the day, nobody really cares about the round differential. You can say loads in statistics, but if you get that win, you get that win. And if Ottawa has to take it all the way just to get that win, at the end of the day, a W is a W.
Neither one of these teams have entered into overtime so far here in NECC across the 4 weeks. It seems like St. Clair was the only team to have gone 3 maps in this best-of-3 series. That was back in week number 1 against the Hawkeyes, where they actually ended up losing that series. In the last 2 maps, they won map number 1 7-3, and then week number 3, it was a 7-1, 7-2 against SIU Red. A bye week for both teams in week number 2, and technically week number 1 of the University of Ottawa was not a forfeit, but a reschedule that has yet to be played with an unidentified team according to our stats.
Very, very interesting. What's more interesting is this push.
This ratio. Got him.
Wow.
What's also interesting is that failed impact trick. Oh, it actually did impact trick. Wow, we missed the audio cue of the Selma. And So, okay, guys, with these impact tricks, you have to be very much aware of where those Selmas land. And it's not the tentacles of the Selma, if you will. It's going to be the, that one little core pod. And that's kind of where you have to gauge where to throw your utility. So if you see it towards like the top corner, you need to make sure you throw your impact towards the top corner. That bottom one was towards like the northwest corner, so you have to make sure you use the other hole that we saw St. Clair use in the previous attempt at this bomb site. And again, it's just small little details like that that has put St. Clair in a very awkward position with the kitchen hatch now open.
And that was opened up around 30 seconds ago. So that means they have that control for the rest of this round. And we have the sledge raining fire from up above. This seems like it could be a very easy monopolization of both dirt as well as arsenal, which could lead to a very sticky situation for a retake. And all these three players, they're not rushing. They're not going for some crazy show play. They are taking it very slow and playing it smart. And when you have that control, you have to take just the right amount of time. But at this point, none of the players on St. Clair have any reason to move. You're going to have to initiate something.
You do have the top patch to leverage, and all those impact grenades did miss. And once you start to incorporate the information gathering devices, excluding those roly-poly drones, the Jackal in play, there's actually a lot of assets on the side of Ottawa to start to spring into action. With the Alda finding one, that's going to slow things down and kind of put a pickle into this round. And Rapid, the man of the hour, once again steps up to the plate for St. Clair. The round starting to slow down. Sure, you have Ashwall open, and Ottawa is still prioritizing the vertical play. They want to start to remove the defenders from those comfortable positions. The problem is, my friend, you don't have a lot of time. Sure, you can package in that nade, but it's going to miss its target. It will cause enough chaos to actually allow Ottawa to push down the central stairs and start to push towards the bomb site. But they have to start to go now. You have to start to move and break down these gun barrels. It has just happened, though. The plan is happening. It's going down. The coverage is falling for St. Clair, but there is no okay, sure. DBO node, the post plan for DJ, known as stuck corner, 180-degree crossfire for St. Clair. Rapid just needs to push together as a team, and that's exactly what Kinger does with Rapid on the other side. A free defuse, 7-5, and now 1 round away for match point. Pardon me, going into overtime, breaking match point.
Week 4, this is exactly the type of action that we are expecting to see from both of our two teams. To this degree of one side, not exactly, but the ability to recuperate and really fight towards bringing back the match. And that's exactly what we've seen St. Clair do. We saw U Ottawa attempt and come close with that 7-4 scoreline previously. Now, Clubhouse, 6-5, final round in regulation. Will St. Clair be able to do it? Well, it's going to come down to their ability to isolate their frags and play together. They can't make blunder, thoughtless plays, as those were read very easily this match by U Ottawa. On the side of U Ottawa, you can't allow for St. Clair to just sit around. You have to be taking that initiating step to really offset the way they're able to play. You take out a key player of them early on the round, or you take early control, and you hold on to it. And that's where you start to see St. Clair squirm, and that's what they have to really take advantage of.
Control was awkward on the 2 attempts of cash CCTV, lost in round number 7, and that was kind of the mark that put us on the match point. And with Gym Bedroom being played back in round 10, that bomb site is still locked, forcing Ottawa to go here cash CCTV, or actually to a bomb site I think is better, at least in the upper echelons of play. Bar, because again, in pro play, this bomb site gets opened up so quickly, and rafters are dealt with so fast that you kind of have the attackers storming into the bomb site before you could even blink. But University of Ottawa, they have done a good job of establishing their map control and establishing that primary breach wall, but what I really want to see from them is bringing out multiple hard breachers, the Selma charge to open up the solo wall of Rafter and make sure Rapid does not have a position to sit comfortably.
Thermite charge being used in garage. DJ, the Maverick, waiting for a good call to be getting open this CC wall. He'll do just that, but it does look like he missed a bit on the other end. I mean, this is purely a foothole, and they will have to go back to make sure that they actually get that metal piece on the left if they want to go for a true Maverick trick.
Slow round for the University of Ottawa. They're just kind of sitting gathering information. And I like the diligence coming out of Ottawa, but at a certain point, you're going to have to start to put more emphasis onto the objective play, opening up that main wall, dealing with roamers in a particular spot, whether or not it's rapid over by Garage Rafters. You've already used one of your exothermic charges downstairs, so it's okay, sure, probably a burden with that play. But even if okay, sure, does elect to push in through the bottom portion of Garage, what about the ADSs? The My Pancakes are currently in play. Sure has just shot one, but the ADSs are still alive and well.
This is a very predictable play. We saw OK Sure go for it last time, shut down by Rapid. And I don't believe that they have been able to drone out that Melusi of Chars, which is all the way down inside of Oil Pit, which could cause for a very unwanted flank or a very unexpected angle once they start to push up. One my charge will be caught, ADS even doing its job, but that's how you do it. Burn that utility, and OK Sure will be to win it out. Refragged quite quickly by JM Beasts. And now, 4v4, Char is still in position. Nacho to find JM Beasts. And now right up the stairs, they could be walking into, as all our Star Wars traps or jokes have mentioned, this could be a trap.
Shares below. I don't think it's actually been identified. They hear one above. So unfortunate. Diffuser now lost near swamp oil. Probably not near oil, swamp, near oil. And now Nacho has to spring into action, find multiple kills. They're the last one left of their roster. Their hope of concluding this game in regular play relies purely on Nacho. And again, they have to rotate over to the diffuser. Not a lot of time to do so, and with the rappel up to plant, it's starting to look like Nacho realizes the writing on the wall says that they have to get aggressive, and they're going to have to win this round based off gunfights, not based off finishing the round through objective play. You have a nade to remove that deployable shield or any defenders in a fixed position, but lacking the information gathering resources or not ready to use so, Nacho's still able to win that gunfight, but does Kinger know where this push is coming from? Here's the audio cue through the breach, and it's Kinger who will keep the hopes of St. Clair alive. 5 in a row, Binks. Now we're into overtime.
Well, I think it's safe to say that we have observed a momentum shift. St. Clair going from 0 to hero means that they are going to be running into this overtime with one, a side advantage, which could play a massive role considering that is a 5 hold on the defensive end. And second of all, it's going to massively come down to the fact that St. Clair was winning those rounds almost decisively. The last one was a lot more of a close 1-1 with Nacho coming so very close. But Chief, if you're in the boots of you Ottawa, or the shoes of you Ottawa, what are you telling them to get them out of this 5-round slump?
I would first off say, whatever happened during those 5 rounds, it really doesn't matter. Let's come back together as a team, and let's start to theory craft where they're going to be going as their primary objective. In this case, it's going to be Gem Bedroom. Once you realize what bomb site they're at, you really spend the next 35 seconds of this prep phase to talk in great detail of how you're going to pressure this bomb site, how you're going to be pushing in from East Platte, how you're going to be pushing in from Spa Wall, and what that does, Binks, once you start to hyper-focus all of your players' minds on the sole objective, the anger, the tilt, the BM they felt for losing 5 rounds in a row, it starts to change. They start to focus on it less because you're giving them a straight task to do, open up Platte Wall, and when you're hyper-focused on something like that, you start to think only about that task and less about the tilt.
Action phase now commencing. Chief, do you even see a reality where on the side of you Ottawa they will be able to monopolize and push through the side of CC in through cons, or do you think that a full 5-man going directly towards site could give a better result?
That reality happens if Ottawa has good droning. And right now, they're spending a lot of time on the Platte Wall and less time droning. Right now, they've identified Rapid, who's been able to fall off. Let's go back to the point they were talking about on Villa. It's critical that if you're droning, you have somebody follow up that drone. Not just the primary entry and garage, and they're self-droning. So whatever information they gather is going to be kind of irrelevant. Because Rapid was identified over by Rafters. They've now fallen off, and now they're lurking in T-Hunt. They can move in a lot of positions, and they're seeming to actually continue existing in this corner as DJ is taking control of CCTV, and St. Clair has no idea that their external pressure and their hold has been completely compromised. Kinger does now, good for one. The Malusi gave him an extra heads up, and now they're going to be forced to fend for their life once again as the Zofia LMGE is knocking on the door.
It has those bullets, 140 to be precise, still in the chamber. And a minute 30 to play with. 2 players on the side. Salty Boy Jesus to find DK MD. There'll be refrag. Nope, no refrag. Rapid to come and take out Nacho. Now Tommy with okay, sure. Tommy's been absolutely gunny this second game. And if someone can pull it out, I do believe it will be them. They'll rotate around, meet up with their comrade of okay, sure, as they will part ways, unfortunately, once again, hopefully to see each other later in the round. Pinger swinging out on the CC window. Unfortunate timing. Here's the repel, which means the sledge can't peek. But when you play like that, you have a great crossfire. Tommy to be the one to hold that. Bring it down to 4. And we can count it down as Ottawa looks to slowly dismantle this defense.
A very transparent attack so far with all the castle barricades still existing over by the highway. With the drop through Logi now red. Where do you go if you're okay, sure? Well, over to the highway windows. But since they're all castle barricade, if you open them up, it's going to give away your spot. A Pokeball is going to miss, and sure is going to tap fire, but unfortunately not find anything. That's the first round of overtime won by St. Clair and Binks. If you're a fan of the Saints, you're now 1 round away from concluding this series and this map, a 2-0 for them, but they have to win on attack, and let's be blunt, Binks. Attack has not looked particularly brilliant. 5-1 defending halves for both teams, so the Saints right now have to come over a huge statistical barrier if they want to win this round. It's a downstairs defense, which we've seen the Saints rush, well, twice now and failed both times.
I think it's very plausible they take it. They have that 6-round momentum now, going on 7 consecutive rounds. I think that's astonishing, to say the least, if they are to go for what could have been, quote-unquote, a clean sweep. It was almost the perfect comeback where they were down 6-0 and just won it consecutively. But still, they've gone the mile. There's no denying that. And now, for the first time in this game, they actually have the point advantage. They are now in the lead on match point. All they have to do is isolate their frags and actually take control of basement, but not a phony false sense of control, a genuine control where they have those cross angles that they held on defense, but just have to establish differently on attack. That could be whether you hold from both blue and construction, or extend in a way that you're forcing them to jump into sight on your angles.
Here's an SSG roam, and honestly, St. Clair is not pressured out the way that they should have. Honestly, it's an opportunity for them to maybe complete the clear, or here's a better idea. You bait the clear. So what you do is you pretend, hey, I'm going to go for this full SSG roam, and then you go for the YOLO rush play, and all of a sudden, it's surprise Pikachu. The defense has no idea what's going on. Actually, the defense does know what's going on. Look what they've done. They've recalled every roamer but one. They're not actually doing SSG roam. They've baited it the entire time. It's going to be more of a traditional defense just with some hatches opened up. A very unique play right now. High-risk play from the University of Ottawa. But you know what? You're on match point round right now in overtime, and you have to start to experiment.
Now it does seem like the time to do it is DJ to find the opening kill onto Kinger. 14-9, you know Kinger's here to play. But without them on the board, those are your Finka boosts. Meaning anyone gets lit up, that means JMBs can't be healed back up. That means that there is no ability for any sort of Finka boost. You can't rush in there with that extra reload speed that Salty Boy Jesus could want. The impact now to go out will prompt Salty to look the other way, burning even more time. And it's going to be okay, sure, holding the long angle, waiting it out. And that's exactly what you want to do. What a beautiful pixel. Dangerous if they get droned out, but wait, droned out? That's a vigil. They're not getting droned out.
You can still use the static as somewhat of an asset. I like the use and the way they're sending this Maverick Torch down range to Silent Breach in a dirt tunnel, but I don't think this is going to be that big of a surprise from the defense of the University of Ottawa because, well, let's be fair, we've seen them push this multiple times. And you also have a castle barricade and a Malusi wub, so I don't think Ottawa is going to get, surprised by a push down dirt tunnel, but anything can happen.
Char's is doing Char's things, getting ready to go for a blue stairs push all the way down. But DJ, beautiful angle, will be able to catch their feet before they can see him. And if he's not droned out, that's going to be a huge blunder. He also has a drone in his pocket that he can now access should he need to on the late round flank. 42 seconds. With every single second that drains by, it is looking more and more like this could be going the way of you, Ottawa.
Father Time going to be the next 11th man in this lobby right now, forcing an aggressive stance from St. Clair. There's a double push in from the offense, but they're going to crumble underneath that pressure. And now through blue, all hope remains for St. Clair here in round 14. Shares falls, and Salt Boy Jesus currently sitting 13-10 to the series, or to the map. Forced to deal with 5 different attackers, angrily looking at him through footholes, through head holes, through the soft wall. Tommy finds the headshot, a flawless round for the defense, but now all eyes on round 15. St. Clair is going to have that defending stint. Again, a 5-1 to the half for both teams on defense. We've seen the defense now flawless for 6 out of the 7 rounds they've played, and honestly, great look for St. Clair, but what bomb site do they go to?
Ooh. I'm going to throw out the idea of them. Oh, man. It's almost like I delayed it long enough that I can say they're going to church and Arsenal, Chief.
Yeah, I don't believe Thorin's legal, though. There you go. Thank you, Jake,
okay.
for that.
Thank you. Did they all just random pick?
There's just no way. Well, clearly not a random pick because, well, smoke. You know what? Actually, I think they did random pick because there's 3 seconds left. They kind of quick selected the bomb site. So I think there was some deliberation taking place between the St. Clair Saints on what bomb site that they wanted to go to. Again, Cache CCTV is the only site that the St. Clair defense lost. That was back in round 7. Jim Bedroom has already been won in round 13, so you have to kind of decide the lesser of the evils, and right now it seems like downstairs in the basement is that call for St. Clair's.
Definitely fair, and I like the setup. They are working with what they have, whether it was random or not. 2 shields, one on the side of the Ella. Now, there's no Finka, meaning that those Ella charges are going to be coming in at full effect. And it should, and I genuinely mean this, it should really offset University of Ottawa. Because how do you combat that? I'm still very annoyed by Ella mines, as they are very hard to deal with, and I think we should have some good instances of why this round.
Just shoot back, forehead.
I tried, Chief. I don't know how to aim.
I know, it's hard when you're silver, eh?
Who said I'm silver?
My bad, bronze. My condolences.
Who said I'm bronze?
Copper?
I'm unranked, forehead.
So you technically are silver, because 2500 is the ELO mark for.
That's true. Good point, Chief.
I know. I got to hit you with those statistics and facts. That's the only thing.
But console diamond. Console diamond. There you go.
Console diamond. Hopefully it was on controller, not MNK. It
was. That's why I'm so yeah.
The substitute of University of Ottawa's name is Console MNK.
I wish I could have
Chris
said
Kim
it,
is their name. A junior and a history major.
Respect it. You got to respect it. They know the history of Siege. That'd be a phenomenal class to take. Imagine that. History of Siege. You take that as an elective.
Professional
That'd be a
chef
very
casts. There you go. I'm going to be professional. Professor chef casts. History being established, information gathered by Salt Boy Jesus, two-pronged soul ends up losing their life over by Jenny Bucks. And funny enough, the offense that has failed twice now for St. Clair is being deployed here by Ottawa on match point, series point, full control of blue, and Shares knows this all too well, lines up the kills. It's going to be a burial ground in blue, though. They're starting to turn the hallway all red. It's going to be a name change momentarily. You have a DMR, 3-time sight, so good play into Dirt Tunnel, but hopefully that's a Gone 6 in pocket instead of a handgun for the Lion to deal with that Maestro, since it hasn't been broken down. I don't think there's a single Gone 6 in play, and that's going to be a huge oversight that precious information will be continued to be gathered by the free Maestro camera. Not looking good for the Ottawa offense.
They've done a phenomenal job of just holding it out, swinging out all left up to DJ, and he'll fall to Rapid with that Ella shotgun, using the pistol and switching out at a key time. And that is 7 consecutive rounds, ladies and gentlemen. And there you go. The Saints will be able to take it.
It was match point round 6 in favor of the University of Ottawa. 6 rounds in a row in round 13. Round 14 falls to Ottawa, but in round 15, the final round of map number 2 of Dub House, confirmed by the Saints. It was a blunder on their attack, but they're able to rope it back in. A very strong defending map here on Clubhouse. So defending side, again, the offense only won 2 rounds out of the 15 that were seen. An incredible showing, though. Again, we talk about how the Saints can be very inconsistent. They tend to BM, or their favorite word is being arrogant on those gunfights. We definitely saw that be a factor on Villa. Less of a factor here on Clubhouse. Honestly, it was just the defending teams being a little bit more lopsided, but what a great job to be able to rope things back, play together as a team, rely on Kinger, rely on JM Beast, and rely on the God rapidly to keep your team afloat.
That was an astounding performance. Both teams definitely had their moments where they showed up and really showed us why they belong in this Champions League. All that they needed there was that consistency. And yes, sure, they had 5 rounds consistently, but consistency would mean that they are able to perform at that same level throughout the entire match. It doesn't look like a S side should be able to determine that much. But regardless, they both played absolutely phenomenal. Chief, I think that means that's it for you and me for the night.
Sadly, my friend, but quickly, Freshie, our producer, Owen, our in-game director, thank you guys so much for spending the past 2 hours of your time to put on this lovely broadcast here in NECC, as well as Patrick, the the admin for the day, to make sure all of our players are minding the rule books. On behalf of the entire staff of NECC, thank you guys so much for your participation today. And of course, you viewers, thank you guys so much for tuning in. My name is Chief Cass. Binks is joining me in the broadcast booth. Rainbow Six Siege will be returning next week at 3 Pacific Standard Time, 6 p.m. Eastern Time, but more NECC action an hour away. See you soon, friends.
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice. And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing.
attention, cause I can't use my mind. Don't try to tell me how it's done. You haven't done your time. Rise up now. If you never fall, you don't change at all. Cry out now. Have you given up? I will never stop, yeah. bass keep pounding on me, baby. I really wanna make you mine. I don't really care about love. I don't really care about happy ever afters. Something about you gives me hope. Something about you, yeah. When the sun goes down and the night sky's falling, do you believe in one-time lovers? 'Cause deep inside of my wildest dreams, you'll be by my side when the sun goes city dancing through the night, but I'm not there. You've got me soaring in the clouds, and as the ocean is surrounding me, baby, I'm sure we lost track of time. I don't really care about love. I don't really care about happy ever afters. Something about you gives me hope. Something about you, yeah. When the sun goes down and the night sky's falling, do you believe in one-time lovers? 'Cause deep inside of my wildest dreams, you'll be by my side when the sun goes I never felt the way I do about anyone but you. If I were to lose you now, I don't know what I might do. You're in all of my dreams, whether I'm awake or I'm asleep. My love ain't going anywhere, babe. I'm in this way too deep. It takes courage to admit the truth. I've been waiting forever. Didn't dream before, but now I do. Yeah, I can't wait together. You give me feelings I never felt before. Now I lost my mind waiting for you to make up your stay, but I can't help it. I wanna be with you all the time. You give me feelings I never felt before. Now I lost my mind waiting for you to make up your stay, but I can't help it. And I do anything to make you mine. There is nothing I can do to make it go away. I'm in love with you, baby, and my love is.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch ahead!
Howdy, everybody. We're back with NECC. I am Treasure, and I'm joined here by Light Rose. My little identifier is a little bit wrong here for a second, but I'm a Phil anyways. But I am joined here by the fabulous Light Rose for our cast tonight.
Yes, hello. So you are unfortunately not McCready for tonight. We're having you fill in, but tonight on NECC we have NEC versus Clark Red. It's kind of a little humorous there, but going into this game, both of these teams are looking for something to prove. Neither one of them have a positive record. I believe one of them is 1-1, the other 1-2. So this is an important match because for one of these teams, they can go 2-2, or could go positive with 2-1. So how this match starts out and how it continues to go tonight is going to be extremely important.
Yeah, we're hitting the halfway point in the season. So for a lot of these teams, every single match really starts to count, especially if you're in one of these going about even sort of points. This is where it starts determining who's going to make it to playoffs at the end of the season. This is not quite the finish sprint, but it's where we're starting to feel that heat on all sides.
Yeah, if you're kind of thinking about a track area, we're about I'm trying to think a fourth of the way through, maybe, but basically you don't want to run out of stamina at this point because you've still got a lot more to go. But like I said, we are here for a good night of Rainbow Six, and we got to have some place to go. So we got to talk about some map bans, Treasure. We got to talk about where are we going to go for tonight.
Well, as we can see here, our first ban was from the Clark Red. They're taking out Bank, and on the other side, Coastline, giving us our first map, Cafe Dostoevsky, followed by Oregon.
Yeah, it doesn't look like we're really going anything crazy. It's a shame to see Bank. There's been times in the past where we've gotten almost to the end. We've seen Bank almost make it, but sadly, it's going to be the first one out. Cafe Oregon Clubhouse is very, very, if you're around the scene, you've seen these maps over and over again. But, I mean, it's for good reason.
Yeah, these are definitely the bread and butter. These are the most played in most forums. Last season, actually, Bank was the most played map, I think, in light of it being being re-added into the map pool. But we've seen it fall off so quickly here in spring semester. So that's kind of a little exciting bit. Oh, and we actually got the stats here to go with it, so we can really see. As you see, it is the most banned map now, which is kind of crazy. And Oregon Clubhouse, on the pretty low end, they're only challenged by Chalet. Cafe did get through, and it's been a little bit more banned as well. So that's a neat little bit for you. But in general, these are some more stock standard kind of maps.
So now that we have determined where we're going to go, we get to look at who is going to be on the menu. First out, we got Clark Red. I believe that's going to be up. Yep, right there. We got Milk, Chaz, See You Later, F.E. Nest, Venus, and Cream. So right there, there's a lot of good players, and this is, believe the Clark is the team that is 1-1. So a big game for them. Getting that positive record is a good thing for your mentality as well.
Oh, absolutely. And they're a young team too, so that might be something that affects it, with mostly freshmen, as we noticed a couple sophomores in the mix. A little bit older on the other hand, with only one freshman over here at NEC. We've got Bots, Beam, Hatchet, Grub Killer, and Pancake. So these guys are also going to be playing for quite a bit. I don't know if we mentioned earlier, we are in the Navigators division, so to give you a little bit of scale there. But these teams are definitely looking to make an impact here.
Yeah, but now we're kind of rounding it out. We can talk about these two teams. We can talk about how we think the game is going to go. Interesting to look at actually the map bans. Cafe was the second most banned. I didn't really expect that. And now Cafe is the first place that we're going to go, with Clark picking that one.
Yeah, so we can talk a little bit about why it's something that gets banned. It's something that tends to have a pretty linear approach. Most teams end up playing it the same way. The attack it's very important to do like a top-down approach to this map a lot of the time, because with 3 floors on a relatively small map, there's a lot of potential for flanking all throughout the round, early, mid, and late game. So clean from the top is the only way to ensure that you're not going to have to deal with getting flanked at all. And there's some objectives there that you're going to look at, especially when we are on the 3rd floor objective, which we'll probably see the most of. You look at Red Wall at the top of Red Stairs, Pixel by Bathroom, and the top of White Stairs as a first bulwark before you even get to the second floor. All these have to be taken on the third floor attack. So sometimes that necessity kind of deters teams because it's going to play out the same every time. And if you mess up one part, it might doom your entire round.
Ooh, already starting out a little different here. A vigil ban. That is something you really might not see very often. So getting that off the board for Clark Red, that is such an interesting move, banning vigil. So that now is gonna let Mira and Kaid through. Mira, I feel sometimes is let through on Cafe, but she does get played. Definitely. This is one of the times where even if you don't usually practice with her, you are usually going to bring her because especially on that third floor. You mentioned that third floor. You can put her in the back of the site onto Cocktail. You could possibly put her in Bathroom looking into Cigar, and she's just very, very strong. Teams have to find a way to work around that. But we're not starting on that third floor. We're starting out on the first floor of Kitchen, and that Callie in play. I hope that Milk sticks with the Callie because you can see some really crazy plays. You know, all it takes is one shot to down an enemy, and if you can hit your shots, which we hope that Milk can, then we could see some, 1-2 punches here.
Yeah, it's sort of an interesting operator ban and pick phase that we get to see. Obviously, the Kelly does stick out, and it kind of ends up being a necessity with the Thatcher off the board, and with the addition of not playing the Maverick, I guess. But that Kaid will have an interesting interaction there because having the Kaid up, like you mentioned, being an important thing, he's going to be able to electrify the hatches here on first floor, and the rest of this lineup from the defense also looks to be really bunkering it up in the first floor objective, which is going to be less necessitating of roams, which also might explain these bans of the Valkyrie and the Vigil. And this is really going to solve some of that X factor of the operators. You don't really know what they're going to do from the offense.
And now we're just waiting this one out here. And so the Kaid I mentioned, the Kaid is let through along with the Mute. And if we look on the side of Clark Red, what they're bringing in terms of wall denial is the Cali, the Sledge, possibly if you're able to go on the second floor, if they're going to do a type of top-down Twitch. There are so many ways that Clark Red can deal with not only the Mute Jammers, the Kaid Electro Claws, but also these Maestro cameras. So looking at it from right now, Clark Red does seem to have a lineup that is really favorable, but they're going to go on this eastern side already. Door has been broken down, but they're going to have to worry about Hatchet, who's sitting right here in Christmas using the newly changed reflex sight. It got a little bit of a huge nerf, and then it got a little bit of a buff again, but it's still one of the best sights on that Russian gun. But it doesn't seem like Clark Red exactly know if somebody's there. Very, very sneaky.
Yeah, they're definitely droning pretty hard here, really focused on the wall, but Hatchthumb definitely avoided detection right there. That overdrone could be pivotal, especially with such a big impact of multiple players being put down on white stairs, but we still haven't seen a break in this early tension.
Oh, here it comes. Later's going to go right in, get Capcan trapped, and then dropped immediately by Hatchet, who's going to swing and back off as Milk is just going to miss Hatchet. And now you're going to have NEC with an advantage, and you still have one player to worry about, but there is that one shot, and we're going to get evened up at a 4v4, and there's still a decent amount of time here for Clark Red to worry.
Yeah, Hatchethumb not finding the opportunity to get themselves out. Bot tries to take the angle, but that Cali is an interesting change to the way that this hallway is going to play out with such a long one. No SMGs are really going to challenge a sniper rifle. C4 goes out across the wall between kitchen and long bar. It doesn't quite find anything. It looks like it missed just a little bit. Interestingly, this kitchen wall is still soft. Oh, no, never mind. That's the divider wall.
Oh, yeah. Now we're seeing all of these hatches being broken, and it's going to be Flambe taking out Trojan. So Clark Red, they may have lost the entry, but they are definitely winning the entire war of this round. You've only got Pancake and Beam that are sitting on site. No C4s to use, so you really can't use anything to counter this second floor except your gun, and that is still just such a risky play when you are down 2 members. There isn't a lot of time for them to really waste off the clock. 30 seconds, and if you've seen Siege, that is a lot of time to use. You still have Cream on the second floor who's able to provide coverage, and now the diffuser is going to get down. Pancake is going to get dropped, and it's only Beam left. Here we go. A 1v3. Milk is on the floor, and there are going to be no revives happening, as now a 1v2, 30 seconds left, and Beam is taking their time very carefully. They're going to go to this big one. Are they going to find the ace? Yes, they are. It is a 1v1. They're going to find the Cali. All they need is Cream that is hanging in the hole when the time is ticking, but Beam has the confidence to win this duel. They're going to swing in, and they're not going to be able to find it. An exciting first round and a lot closer than it would seem to be, but unfortunately, NEC just aren't going to be able to win that one.
I'm sorry. That was a terrifyingly close round for the attack. After starting to lose such a huge man advantage, that was a 4v1 at the beginning of that fight right after plant. I think that's got to be a little more of a focus on finding spots. They're definitely going to be safe to watch that diffuser and play off the calls, but they get the win right there. The early pick doesn't get its same impact, and a nice secure plant to make sure that they're safe to finish that one out. The defense is going to be going back to Kitchen, kind of playing out a similar strategy, if maybe a little more roam presence, which would be denied or denoted by the Legion and Malusi picks, that Malusi being a 6th pick, which now has me a little worried about the grenades, because there are grenades on the attack.
Do you think that, Treasure, do you think that sticking with the Cali pick is a viable long-term strategy as we go later into Cafe?
I would worry as soon as you've already played a round on Kitchen, because the other objectives are going to be a lot less forgiving for that sniper rifle and give you a lot less utility with it. Red Wall, like we mentioned before, is going to be something that's going to get some value out of it, but with the mute, but with the mute jammers up, it's hard to find the intel on where exactly you're going to need to put the Cali gadget to get through wherever Kaid has put his Electro Claw. So they're going to need some intel to play off of, otherwise it might be a little bit risky to even try and get that utility off.
And we can already see with Pancake, hopefully they might actually take out that mute jammer with the Electro Claw. And nope, it's going to stay. I think the proximity was far enough away that they're actually able to do both. So NEC, they do seem to have, in terms of site defense, the strategy does seem to be there. They're bringing the operators that are lending themselves to kind of, especially with Trojan, Beam, and Pancake, staying on that site, kind of defending against these attackers who aren't going for that kind of Christmas tree area. Instead, we see most of them going from the top down. So a little different, but probably for the best, just to throw a little chaos into the mix.
Yeah, I like that mix-up. They definitely were a little schmixed by Hatchet Thumb downstairs. He wasn't playing the same spot. It would be a little foolish to try and go for the exact same thing again. But they do have to drone for it again, just to make sure. So even off that first round, he's bought his team some time on round 2.
And you could see the Twitch drone wanting to make sure that nobody was on this Kitchen side. But it seems that only Bot is really going to be the one who's straying from sight. And it isn't going to be that far as well. It's just going to be on those small bakery stairs that are just so elusive, if not checked. It is a very, very powerful position, because if you have something like the Habana, you're able to get a view into an entire portion of the site. And that is very bad if you're a defender. And so right now we can see on the second floor, it's going to be Cream just trying to make their way. And we could already see the first duel happen against Bot and Cream, but for now they're going to evade each other.
Bot is going to be really impactful this round, finding that kill on Cream. If a little bit delayed, has this awesome long-range sightline on Milk. Is only going to land a couple shots and doesn't take a lethal one in exchange from the sniper. Oh my god, and Ski Dog face-checking the corner without the intel to work on. Bot is now a huge thorn in the side of the attack. They've lost quite a few resources. At least they've opened up the hatch. And with See You Later pushing into sight, they're going to take one pick on the Maestro, a very valuable operator late round. See You Later doing even more work and has already evened the odds with Kitchen secured for the offense.
Nobody is on that freezer side, but there is a Maestro cam giving information. So they do have, we see the Z pings going on through. And now with See You Later getting put down, it's a 2v2 again. These rounds are getting extremely close. One member of Clark Red on the second and one member on the first, as Bot is still hanging around. They're going to go down the white stairs, possibly join their comrades, but See You Later is going to get revived. That Finka boost is going to help them. And with now Pancake down, it is just Bot on around 20 HP. 10 seconds left. Diffuser has been not put down, and that might be the only hope they need. Diffuser down. Bot is in. Christmas tree. Somebody's going to have to put it up and get it down. Is it going to happen? Milk, and it's not.
Bot was singularly worth the entire round, getting 2 kills upstairs and sitting on Diffuser up there until it was no longer campable, dropping downstairs and taking it away again. We saw Ski Dog just alone in sight for quite a while. They got the kills from See You Later, but without a defuse, they just can't do anything with it.
Yeah, I mean, it seems that now they're sticking with the Cali. Even though Kitchen has went and gone, is this Cali going to be a pick that is going to actually help them on a site that you might have a little bit of look, especially if you're in Cigar Shop, you look all the way to Cocktail. That is probably your best option, maybe from Cigar to White Stairs, something like that. But could you be bringing something better? I think that's the question that usually gets asked when you're talking about, is it important to sub an operator into a lineup, is what are you losing versus what are you gaining? And with Milk, it's Milk on the Cali, it's kind of a risk reward.
Yeah, I feel like at this rate, the mute jammers are going to be a little bit of a concern for the Twitch. But if you bring some explosives down below, bring, let's say, a Zofia, and go down into Train Room, open up that red wall from below, and then allow your hard breach to get off, Ski Dog opening from up top, and then you get the objective. You don't really need the sniper rifle anymore, and you can sit on that LMGE and honestly just M1W your way through the rest of the site. Even if you don't use the rest of the gadgets, that's just a lot of potential that's left on the board anytime I'm not seeing a Zofia on the attacker pick. I mean, she's just so strong right now.
Yeah, Zofia, especially that you think that the LMGE, people have called for a lot of nerfs to LMG because
yeah, it's our brand new carry to plus gun. Like, it's just so free.
Yeah, if you watched SI, what a lot of people were talking about was, wow, somebody do something about LMGs, but they actually weren't touched in the new season patch notes. So doesn't seem like any of these LMGs are really going to go anywhere.
Yeah, they'll get their time in the limelight. They deserve it. It's been so long. Let's see. On this round, though, in specific, not so many LMGs present this time, but Cream will use that L85 A2 to find a kill on Trojan. I'm not sure if that was a pick or if that was through Skylight.
Yeah, we're kind of looking for it, but Cream didn't need to use a grenade there as well, but you find the kill. Trojan unfortunately hasn't found any success with the C4, hasn't found any success in terms of kills, so you're losing this entry pick, and currently on this, these entry kills, whoever has gotten the entry kill has gotten the round. Now, granted, we don't have a large sample size, but still, it is some sort of a statistic here. But Bot able to equal it up here, is taken down. See You Later. And now that is an Ash off the board. A lot of explosive, a lot of gunpowder gone.
Yeah, that explosive is actually pretty impactful as the only one available to take out the shield that is brought by the defenders. Although I was placed in freezer. It's going to be hard to get to that anyway, so that might not be something that comes into application here. Bot's going to find a kill out from Cocktail Balcony, or one of those power positions. You don't want to be exposing yourself to that at all. They're going to get shot down to just about 1 HP, but they still have eyes on the diffuser here, so they're going to probably be aware that Milk has picked it up. Milk's got the sniper rifle for this long-range engagement, but the intel isn't going to be happening across site.
You could see Milk was questioning on whether or not that was real. Pancake behind the suppressor as well. And they're going to stay on red stairs. That diffuser is on the floor. And now you're going to have Cream, who still hadn't entered the building. And now they're going to have to join Flambe. We see Pancake scramble down the stairs, and this does seem to be an NEC round. 20 seconds left. Flambe has now dropped on the floor, and Cream just has to wait for Pancake to enter the crosshair, but it's all in hubris. It doesn't seem like these kills really are going to mean anything because a timer is always just going to tick down, and eventually Cream is just not going to have enough time.
Yeah, it just... There's so many gunfights to go through. Yeah, even sprinting through. Beam is there, ready and waiting to find the kill. That's the first pick going the way of the attacker's side, but they just weren't able to find it there. There wasn't drones available to watch that flank. I think that's a really preventable one. Jaeger coming just right up red stairs, finding a one tap even. And I think more of a focus directly onto site was a problem for the attack as well, because they're just pushing down that doorway directly from Cigar Lounge into the objective, into Long Bar. And that's a kind of a kill zone because there's eyes from Freezer, there's eyes from Cocktail Balcony, and there's also eyes from deep in Piano Room as well. So that's why Piano Room at the very least is going to need to get cleared out, or some kind of flank going up white stairs or pressuring from below with nades.
Yeah, and right now it seems that vertical play, if going apart from that first round, it didn't seem to be a play. Nobody really touched the second floor apart from Pancake kind of going up those red stairs. Is something like the Clark Red, this is a site that really demands verticality. You have to go up top. You have to clear out everything because Reading Room, you're able to get such a good view into the site from Cocktail. And if you don't control that, your chances of winning the round get very, very slim. You might just have to rush into Fireplace, try to get a plan down. But if a team is good enough, they set an area from Reading looking into Fireplace, and there's just going to be nowhere to hide. You can see just how bare that site is. So a lot of teams might resort to smoke plants. We actually do see smokes in the hands of Flambe. There is no smoke on the side of NEC, so that is something to think about. Only one C4.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of this hold. You use the miras to cover the western and southern half of the third floor. You're going to use the castles to cover the northeastern side. And down in objective, you're going to have a couple roamers on second floor that can keep eyes out, watching all the way into train room. And that's going to keep you pretty darn safe from a plant. So that full top floor clear is going to be pretty necessary for making it a lot easier to get eyes into sight. So here's that top floor roam already finding some action as they're immediately droned out.
Ooh, Milk already going up white stairs and could be a little dangerous. I think we've seen multiple assassinations. I think that's the way to call it. And are we due for another one? If Trojan is not careful, this could be very, very dangerous. And they're going to evade death for now, but it eventually is going to happen. Milk's area is going to get called out, but Beam is taken down, and now Pancake is in a little bit of a fuss. The walls are starting to close in around them, and Clark Red seems to have a very good hold on this site.
Well, that's a novel way to clear the top floor, to come right up white stairs and do it from behind enemy lines. Hatchet Thumb is out stuck alone. They know that there's going to be players up top of white, but that's not a defensible position. Pulling back into Fireplace Hall is going to make it a little easier, but they just don't have any sight lines to watch white, so it's just a matter of time before these drones start to come down and make this very difficult to continue holding.
They've afforded themselves so much time to use. There is still a minute 15 left, so they can take the drones that they have, all 5 of them, 6 of them, and push on forward, find where Bot is, find where Hatchet Thumb is, and possibly just say, okay, go die in terms of information so we can know where you are, but doesn't even need that. Hatchet Thumb's location is called out, and Reading is completely free for the taking, as Bot can find a way to even it up. They are going to be able to take out Milk, so that is something in terms of consolation, and the diffuser has not gone down yet, though. That is a little bit of a victory for NEC.
They're staring at each other, but they don't quite find the bullets. Bot has found themselves a phenomenal position once again out here in Mining Room, and still not crunched on by the attack. The plant does go down, and Cream finds a nice nade to clear out Fireplace Hall, but still Bot in such a power position, especially since they're just not going to expect someone on top of these gridlock track stingers. It's gonna be a long up road hill though against 4 players. A lot of heads have to be found here, and none of them are evident. Maybe this Maverick hole will offer a little bit of help. Having to burn utility, destroy teammates' utility, and the location is compromised by having to fight from multiple angles now, especially with that castle barricade open, and retreating back is just going to lead them into Cream, who has been on it, in the right place for a kill so consistently.
I love seeing these rounds just go back to back. It's very, very exciting because we honestly don't know who's going to win these rounds. The entry kills haven't given us a clear answer. A lot of times, whoever has gotten that has snowballed their ways. I'm looking at Milk in the last round. That was able to propel them to go up the rest of White Stairs, go into Cocktail, and just secure that positioning. But already, these two teams do seem to be matched in terms of strategy, in terms of mechanical skill. I think we might be in here for a little bit of the long haul treasure.
Yeah, and we're going to go back to first floor as enough rounds have passed since the defense was able to take it there. So we're going to see something pretty similar. Same lineup of operators from the defense, but a little bit's mixing around on the attack side. Mostly just operators that give us good value, though. Plenty of sets of grenades as well.
We finally found a kill with a grenade, and grenades now have also found themselves under a little bit of controversy treasure. The new yellow ping, as we, invitational, is the world champions. We're all able to see how the pros are going to play. That was another thing that was mentioned. The amount of frag grenade kills that we saw over the event was astronomical. And we're already seeing that the silent communication that you're able to get, precision as well with the yellow ping, just allows these explosives to rain so much havoc.
Absolutely, and on a map like this, it's something that can really change the course of rounds. Going to kitchen again is going to mitigate that quite a bit, but that's really a concern for third floor because there's so few places that you can anchor safe. So many nice corners to hold. You look at like the cocktail balcony, cocktail balcony especially, and anywhere on that side, the cocktail bar right next to it as well as soft, and some of the intermediate areas for staging defenses are also going to be soft, especially by Cigar Lounge.
Already, but it's just been so aggressive in this match. They have been somebody that NEC can really rely on to find these kills, and Clark, they're actually struggling to find one. Bot in the Chaos going to be able to finally take down Milk. Unsuccessfully they were earlier, and they're just going to throw out some impact grenades and barely get away with a whisper of HP, and that is something that Clark Red are really going to be kicking themselves.
Oh, and here's the dirty move. Here's Hatchet Thumb has taken up position back in VIP to watch the same door. Different angle, but Clark University have learned their lesson. It's not really worth fighting NEC in VIP because they are resilient in that roam.
NEC, VIP, if it ever rhymes with that, just stay away from an NEC, NECC. Just don't mess with them because they have come to play in NECC. And the information doesn't even matter if they saw him. The gun taken out, the Gemini clone was enough to give a vague assumption that that area is dangerous. But they need to go there. And they've already lost one member. They cannot lose another lest they go down in this round. But Hatchet Them, they're going to be pushing up, and they're going to be able to take out See You Later. And now, not good for Clark Red. You've now missed 2 roamers, but his Cream is barely going to miss one, and Bond eventually gets taken down.
All right, the attackers have finally locked down the angles into VIP. A grenade getting set up, but I don't think it's going to land far enough. I don't think the intel is live for that one right there. But NEC is happy to play time here. The roam has already gotten more than its fair share out of the clock. So Hatchet Thumb has done their job, regardless of whether they can get this kill on a Cream, but they have the exact angle they need. That last shot just barely missing the head, and Hatchet Thumb still resilient in this hold. Oh my god, getting another kill on Ski Dog here. It's do or die for Clark right now.
And 30-second mark. Flambe still has some Finka boost. They're going to use that last one, give a boost for about the last part of regulation, so that's going to give them boost going into these gunfights, but the diffuser needs to get set down as the position has been given away and they don't seem to be near each other, so there isn't going to be a trade happening, and Cream gets taken down and Flame's just going to have to run into the site, immediately gets found out and taken out, and NEC are at least going to find themselves at a 3-3 split.
Well, this is feeling pretty good for the defense. Nothing too crazy, though. This map will typically favor the defense, as most do. So a 3-3 or a 4-2 half doesn't really rub anyone's feathers the wrong way too badly. I mean, every round is a round, but that's the preferred defense for the defenders anyways, is that first floor. They have to go back up to third floor, which they did win the last one, so that's going to be statistically favoring them a little bit.
And I think dropping the Cali is probably something that is definitely going to help them in the long run, because Milk has been very sneaky on the Maverick, which, you know, usually not a traditionally an operator you want to send alone to get a couple of kills all the way on the other side of the site. It's usually somebody you want to keep close to take out these walls, take out these frag grenades. But I mean, if it works, why would you change things up? And obviously Milk doesn't really want to change up the Maverick because it's done some things in these past couple runs, but it hasn't been enough to keep NEC from finding a lot of momentum early in the rounds.
Yeah, typically you don't want to lose that utility, but you know, 3 speed with a good AR is pretty sneaky, I guess. So that's not a terrible operator to choose for that. Usually you're not going to see too much Maverick on this map because he's mostly just useful on the first floor. So guaranteeing that we're not on first floor, I think that does relegate Milk to more of that run and gun kind of position.
It feels like hard breach, there hasn't been too much hard breach, like even being used. I think in the first round we saw some getting used on hatches, but overall it's kind of been the story of soft destruction and individual kills around the map that has set the course of these rounds. A lot of times you might see a early kill coming out from bot, like we saw in the last round. You might see somebody like Milk sneaking up the stairs and finding somebody on NEC. So it's not like one team is just completely being a buffoon and not watching their surroundings. Both of these teams are having something to work on, but at least that is making for an exciting match. Like, I will 100% give it that I think we're going to see this back and forth the entire night, and it's going to be very thrilling.
Ooh, there's another grenade fighting its mark, and Milk has snuck their way into a winning gunfight. Piano Room has been fully taken by the offense. No pressure from Bathroom whatsoever. Pancake is going to be the first line of defense there, playing up on the top of White Stairs, but the angle isn't going to quite give them what they want. Re-peeking it here, but not finding it. Flambe finds another one for the attack, and Pancake and Beam are the only 2 left standing. They've got some decent power positions to keep watching, but not for long, as See You Later is going to take Pancake out. Beam is all the way deep in Freezer, finally found out after not quite finding that kill, and it's a flawless round for the offense.
Wow, they really took the snowball all the way there, and it makes us a 3-3 at the time of split. So now I think the ball is in Clark Red's court. Going on the defensive side, a lot of time you might get some momentum going forward, because now you could choose the site, you can choose how you want to go off of this, and a smoke finally being played. I was proven wrong, Caster's Curse, but unless we see a 6-pick, of course. But I mean, talking about the smoke, I think that'll lead me to that, is we didn't see a smoke once the entire time. And smoke is usually an operator. All right, there we go. Smoke is usually an operator that we might see in every single round. There was only one plant, and it was in the first round. But do you think that having some sort of area denial, like a smoke, who also has a shield, has the ability to create rotates, do you think bringing that, or not bringing that, I guess, really hurt NEC?
Well, I definitely feel that this Jaeger and Smoke combo is one of the strongest things on this map. And something that we did notice was lacking last round, a round that went almost disastrously for the defense, especially since there was nobody watching into Piano Room, one of the most valuable rooms on the entire third floor. So keeping that pixel peak position with a shield and a couple Jaegers to defend it can give you so much time, and it pressures the attackers so much because you can be so deadly without even having to peek up. They have to respect that position. So I anticipate that being where that ends up. Yeah, there we go. The sort of bottom middle of our screen right there. We can see those two. That's going to be a perfect pairing for keeping away pesky attackers in Piano Room.
I think the thing about that as well is it also tests how good of a team you are as an attacker. Because it tests, do you have the ability to throw a couple grenades to burn the ADSs and communicate enough to throw the frag grenade, throw whatever soft destruction you have, which they only have frag grenades in the hands of Beam and the Sledgehammer. And the frag grenades have bot as well. But right now, what is NEC's course of action? Are they going to try to go through Cigar and take out what is seeming like a very fortified Cigar?
Well, looks like they're getting their drones all the way up red. They've noticed that there's no roamers in this area, and I don't think any players are roaming. Everyone's just keeping those angles held and watched, which seems like a little more of Clark's play style here.
A moment of downtime here as we now have the ability to catch our breath, think about, what are NEC going to do? How is bot? Are they going to be able to transfer those 7 kills that they got on the defensive side, really leading the charge on NEC? Are they going to be able to transfer that onto the attacking side?
Well, it looks like right now they are looking for just that. Again, with the drones going so deep and multiple players being on them, they're just trying to find any little scrap of intelligence. Once this droning is done, though, I think they're going to feel confidence in dropping and looking for these kills because they know that their flanks are going to be secure, even all the way up through white stairs. So while no one else's positions are really known, Milk is found, and another grenade finds its mark. It's going to punish Milk for getting a little bold up there. Piano Room is now a threat for the defenders because there's a player all the way there on the wall. Oh my god, it looks like the grenade actually sailed its way right in front of where the Jaeger ADS actually had its vision. Bot finds a kill right there, advancing up, and this is going to be disastrous for the defense as attackers start to clamber into sight.
Oh, and a missed opportunity there for Ski Dog, but Cream is going to be there to back them up, making it a 2v4. As Ski Dog, are they going to find one? Yes, they're going to drop the fuse, and they're going to find 2. And they're going to even that up. They might be able to find a Kona station if they're lucky. They're going to back off just a sliver of HP, and things have changed on a dime here. You've got that super shorty and the UMP with only 9 bullets, 1 player in freezer who's now going to activate those cell phones, and Cream's general position has been given away. 10 seconds left. Hatchet has to put that diffuser down. They're going to attempt no C4 or anything in the pocket of Cream, and that SMG-12 is not going to find the recoil too much. And now both Cream and Trojan are going to trade a little bit of HP. The hearts have been pounding. The track stingers have been dropped on the floor, and Cream don't want to give that position away as they're going to go right over to Cocktail. Some bullet tracers firing through the soft floor, and Trojan eventually going to win out that 1v1 as now we see NEC getting the advantage on this attacking side.
It was so doable. It's heartbreaking to see that lean. It was the wrong lean, unfortunately. So Trojan Op got the line of sight way earlier, so no real chance for Castle to find them quite there. But for a second, that 2K from Ski Dog in Bathroom really was that light for a moment for Clark Red to try and pull ahead with their first round of defense. They're going to be heading back up to Bar. Looks like the lineup is all the same all around, so we'll probably be playing it pretty similarly unless they want to dedicate one of their players to roaming a little bit more. Maybe the Aruni or the Jaeger, someone who has that luxury of putting down their utility and hopping on out and getting a little mobile with some pretty good guns, but they are playing from behind now.
Yeah, that's the thing is I would say that it's a very hard thing to do, but obviously Clark Red doesn't really think much of it because they've kind of been down before. A lot of times in 2 of these rounds, they have been the team that has been down around, and they fought their way back both of those times. So, don't expect Clark Red to be being all, we're down 1 round, time to wave the white flag. Things are too hard to come by. No. they've still got so much in Ski Dog. I loved seeing Ski Dog start to come alive because now they had more kills on the defensive side than they did on the attacking side. And what we love to see more than anything else is we love to see players start to find their footing, find some kills, and really make a much bigger impact, especially when it comes to that scoreboard.
Here's an interesting thing. There are, count them, 1, 2, 3 bulletproof cameras on the defense right now. That is a number I have never seen. They are much better as of this last season than ever before with their ability to look around a lot more. And they are going to be sort of replacing the potential for Maestro cams, which are usually very strong here. They won't have the same zapping ability that can deny plants and kill off drones, but that intel will be there for a team that otherwise doesn't really have access to those cams like they would if they were running that Maestro, or if the Valkyrie wasn't banned and they could have used her.
Interesting thing though is Ski Dog hasn't placed down. We saw 2 of them being placed right as you were talking about it. So still getting that utility, and a little bit dangerous because we see these hatches are kind of the place that NEC says, all right, we want to make our claim here. We want to start playing here. And it was actually where Milk got taken out with a frag grenade last time. So it's obviously a very hot place of contention that they want to realize. But already NEC, the drone game kind of seems to be their forte on attack. Use a lot of time droning out where these people are, and then go in with about a minute 30, maybe a minute 15, and start your execute, start everything like that. It can be a little dangerous though, Trish.
I like that Flambe learned from last round. As soon as the ADS got burnt out, ran right back into bathroom, was going to be guaranteed to be safe. Maybe waiting out that ADS getting back, but they're still in bathroom. Unfortunately, their teammate who did go to catch that nice opportunity to keep using the shield got their head taken off pretty darn quick, as there are players up on the windows. There's a peek that didn't quite go his way, and the shield is gone now, not to be used anymore. The FMG9 is still a really deadly gun, just about no recoil, really nice fire rate, but its damage is gonna be so good, so it's kind of got to be headshots. The smoke's going out. Flambe trying to keep safe in case that pixel gets pushed up on Cream, stuck in the corner. No escape from bot with that LMG, and as the attack starts to push up further, another kill comes out. Milk and Ski Dog left on their own. Ski Dog has had some great impact before in such a similar situation, and playing in Freezer this time though, he's going to be teammateless already. Finds one just like last time. Has very little left in the magazine, as he's going to get a second one again. It is a trade, but not going to be quite enough to bring back that round from the attackers.
I don't know how. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know how Ski Dog is finding these, because in terms of like
staying
recoil,
cold, staying frosty in the freezer.
Look, I'm not saying that Ski Dog's recoil control is, in terms of like higher standards, a little scary, but for some reason Ski Dog is able to take NEC by surprise. That's 2 now in a row that Ski Dog has found 2 kills, and I love to see it. It's actually really exciting to see Ski Dog just try to peek these and somehow find kills, and I love to see that. But unfortunately, NEC has now taken a 2-round advantage, the most that we have seen on this entire map. They've kind of learned their way around Clark's red defenses, or at least on that 3rd floor defense.
Yeah, like you said before, the forte, droning out, finding the inputs of the utility and syncing it quickly and effectively. We've seen really well coordinated executes from NEC on these last 2 rounds. That's absolutely what I like to see, and it's actually some coordination that I felt was a little bit lacking on their other half, which had me a little bit worried. It's uncommon to see a team that is much more coordinated on attack than defense, but I am all here for it, and it's taking Clark by storm. They don't know what to do because the standard setups are just not getting the value that you would expect.
But Bar is a different demon than Kitchen, I think, especially when it comes to verticality. And going back all the way to the first round, Clark Red used verticality really well to win that first round against NEC. Do they know how to counter that, though, I think is the question. Do they know how to work around the roam game on the 3rd and 2nd floor? Do they know how to make sure that these teams stay as far away as they can? Because the typical kind of drone for a while and then entry isn't exactly the same now, because already we have seen See You Later take some damage already.
We saw White Stairs be a point of almost unbridled violence on the last half. So many kills came out there, and Clark had a really hard time opening up that nut. So NEC, I think they're going to be a little focused on that part of the map as well, because that's what they play well on the defense. But they're going to be split up a little bit more, getting some presence in Bakery in order to have sort of that anvil to their hammer. They're also really concerned about roamers. You see both the Jackal and DKB.
Already with Trojan going on forward, it seems they're a little bit face checking, but now as they're going to be able to kind of open up into that little area, they're going to get a lot more vision, and that's going to allow for a lot more, because they're still kind of leaning on that info game and then attack, but it's still it's a lot less prevalent, I think, on this site when it comes to truly staying outside the building, using all the drones you have, and then hitting the bright red button that says go forward.
See You Later is trying to find a value out by Freezer, but it's just not to be had since NEC has fully devoted to Bakery side. I hope to see a rotate from them potentially, but the long hallway is looking a little dicey because it's been pretty consistently watched by assault rifles. The eyes are going to leap just at the moment that he tries to make it, by making a kill through into Freezer. Despite the smoke presence there, another one goes down on Ski Dog, and that's a couple of the anchors taken out in quick fashion. Trojan op down, and Pancake finds See You Later. No flank is going to come out. Flambe is the only one left. He does find Trojan op, but he's stuck in a corner, and it's only a matter of time before Pancake finds his head.
Bot. I think we've talked about Bot, but it feels like we haven't talked about Bot enough, because you look at the number of kills that they were putting up, and it was a little scary. They are leagues ahead of most people on their own team and on Clark Red. They have just been so consistent in getting that entry kill. I believe they've gotten the entry kill in at least 2 of the 3 attacking rounds, perhaps all of them as well. And nobody is really seeming to stop them. Bot is just finding these kills left and right and making it seem like the easiest thing in the world. And they're not changing anytime soon. The only thing on that defensive side is going to be the Tachanka, which I do like me some Russian fire. I shouldn't say that, considering the things going on in the world right now, Treasure.
That's a little bit rough at the
I
moment.
did not think about my words.
That's a core function of the game here. I mean, that Russian fire is going to be really valuable here, especially dealing with an
please,
execute
guys,
that
please
goes
don't clip
down
that.
so
Please
well
don't clip that.
coordinated.
I like my career.
Please don't clip that. But there's a lot of area denial here from the defense. I think Cream, if they're looking at the similar attack, is just going to be completely flaming out Prep Room, which was really devastating. I think the defense also needs to focus on making sure that they get some value, or they keep the wall up into Bakery, because that being opened up so quickly without even like a flanking kill off of Red Stairs or something else to give them some more time to work with was just their undoing, because the attackers could flow into sight from the west.
Yeah, definitely. And it seems that they're kind of sticking with the Kaid. Going off the mute, though, I think it is a good play. A lot of times you might see mute getting played here, but a lot of times it feels like mute is just kind of more of a brief hazard than anything that you really have to take seriously, because a lot of times you might see a mute jammer go into Bakery, and if nobody's holding behind that little half wall, then you can just easily take that out, and it is just like, okay, that was just free utility that we were able to take out. But if somebody is playing in there, as you can see, they have been droned out, and it's the Thunderbird who has played a little more carefully, as you see all 3 members just outside there. Flashbang is going to run on in, and See You Later is actually going to stay there, and eventually they're going to have to back off, go all the way over to Red Stairs, and just missing somebody who broke that small Bakery window.
Darn, New England College need to take a second before throwing that flashbang to see if they could bait them into staying there a little bit later, but See You Later. We'll see Trojan off later. But if they'd held off for just a moment before trying to push them out of Bakery. They could have gotten the flank here onto the window earlier so that they didn't filter in, getting that fight one by one. If they both swung at the same time, they would have guaranteed taking out See You Later, even if it meant losing one in a 50-50 gunfight. That would have been really nice for the attackers, but they're going to start this one from behind. A very different story from last round, especially as Milk is going to push up, getting a little bit bold, but getting a kill because NEC is going for the same strategy as last time. Pancake is going to find that revenge kill on Milk.
It just doesn't feel like that really was a death that should have happened. Milk should just, yes, you had the Maestro cam, but your life was just that much more important because it put a lot more pressure on the attacking side. And now you're going to have another member down that's going to have to try to deal with the second floor barrage that is coming down with Pancake, who now has taken out Ski Dog. You've got 8 more fire canisters left, and you've only got the DP-27 to stop the end of Cafe, stop map point. They've got about 50 seconds to try to stop the oncoming onslaught that is happening. Diffuser has been put down, and Hatchet has revealed their position. They have so many bullets in that LMG, but now that that Diffuser has gone down, what is Cream to do? Revealing their own position. It seems that death is only inevitable at this point. Just how much of a fight can they put up? Time is ticking away, and eventually they do get taken down, and it is going to be NEC really using that attacking side, not dropping a single round. Treasure.
That was a stunning half, especially after coming out even on the first half and losing the last round of their defense to Clark University. And then they just came out storming. It was like looking at a totally different team from before, and that's so brilliantly uncommon to see, as a team that's going to attack at just that next level up. So that's real satisfying. I mean, they totally invalidated that Tachanka pick that we were talking about. The Fires didn't even get a chance to be useful because there was pressure from above, there's pressure from the main hallway, and there was pressure from Bakery and Prep Room. That's just so oppressive, especially if there's no more teammates left. And Tachanka is a clutchable character. DP-27 has plenty of bullets. The Fire can stop a plant, but no, not against that attack.
And well, now that is going to be the end of Cafe. We've got a couple more maps to go. One more all NEC needs to win this one. It's going to be Oregon, and I believe that was their map pick as well. So they've got a little special coming up. But we're going to take a little bit of a break. We're going to take the time to rest, and it's going to mean that NEC, they're going to have a lot of time to prep what is hopefully going to be the last map in their favor. We'll see you right back.
Sell online tickets directly from your school's website. Scan digital or printed tickets with the Hometown Gate app. And get immediate access to ticket revenue with real-time reporting at no cost to your school. It's that easy to bring touchless ticketing to your hometown. Hometown. Fast scans, happy fans.
Hello and welcome back to NECC. It is me, Light Rose, and Treasure. You got your little name fixed. I don't know if it was there at the end, but you finally can see where you can follow Treasure. Obviously, the wonderful Treasure. But we just got back from Map 1, and it was a lot different than I think we expected it to be, especially how it started out. A 6-3 win from NEC. We talked about that at the little end, but going forward, we're going to Oregon, Treasure.
Yeah, I love Oregon. There's a I'm Oregon gang. There's a Boregan gang out there. I don't mess with them. We're cordial, myself and Boregan gang. But I actually really like Oregon. Oregon. But it's sort of a test of a lot of the really important, I find, aspects of cohesion as a siege team. A lot of these objectives have lines of sight that are just so necessary to be playing on. You look in the basement, pillars to big stairs, freezer into its stairs and the position that you can play by the boxes inside a freezer, and laundry, obviously opening up a bunch of the hatches there. And big one that comes to mind is meeting hall on second floor all throughout, attic, white stairs, and master bedroom. These are all such important, like, I call them miniature objectives. You kind of need at least a couple of those objectives before you can get into main site itself. And a lot of them are also going to require, like, hard breach, which can be messed with by the defenders and can be really impacted by flanks. So there's a lot of potential for a lot of that really crucial, critical, standard siege interaction.
Yeah, I think the thing about Oregon is it might be like, to be a competitive team, you have to pass the trial of Oregon.
Yes.
That is what we have deemed. And I think we saw it, that everybody plays Oregon because it is the least banned map. Everybody should know how to play it if they want to be a team. We are going on in, and Clark Red need to get something going. I think they're going to need a bigger lead than 1 round if they want to get something going on Oregon.
Yeah, I'm going to be a little worried for them because this map pick was New England Colleges, so that's going to give them that sort of home field advantage. It's the map that they're going to be probably the most familiar with. So
It is Oregon, though. Just
yes, so it is. That does even it up. It's sort of everybody's home turf to an extent. So I'm not anticipating Clark University being really unfamiliar here at all. But that is a thing to keep in mind, is that map pick. Bands coming out, nothing too crazy here right off the bat. These are like the 3 most banned operators that we've seen right here. I'd expect Amira, maybe Kaid. Both are going to be impactful on the basement. Yeah, there we go. But starting on defense in Oregon is something that is also definitely impactful. Very defense-sided unless your attack is really well coordinated.
Something, a band that sometimes we might see on Oregon is Flores. Flores, I think, is really good on that basement site because you've got 4 drones they are able to put in, able to take out possibly blue bunker, which smoke is usually going to hide out, because Clark Red, they are bringing the smoke, so we might possibly see them just kind of hanging out.
Smoke.
Yeah, yep, in that area. You've also got possibly a shield that is going to be hanging around pillar. And an operator that is going to be in play was banned last map. It's the Chaz on the Vigil. And Chaz, I believe, is getting subbed in because hopefully my memory serves me correctly, they were not in last map.
Yes. Oh, God. Rack my memory. Which one was it? Wait, was that See You Later?
Wait. Yeah, it might be See You Later who has gone, and that would be...
Oh, no, See You Later still in there. Yeah, I gotta make my way down the
Pancake.
team list.
It was Pancake.
No,
Pancakes on.
No,
because
you
mentioned. Yeah, you threw my brain off with brunch. I was looking for brunch.
I've been waiting for my opportunity to mention. Wait, no Pancakes on the other side. Wait. Okay, well, I'll try and figure this out while
mess.
While Light Rose is talking at some point, since my
You're welcome. I messed you up. And...
But yeah, we'll go back to Brunch Gang though. I've been really happy. I love these names. I've been waiting for an opportunity to mention it because we have Milk, Flambe, Pancake, and Cream. Cream is who we're missing.
Yes, and I think overall, whoever you would have taken out, you would have lost something, because Ski Dog had a very good defensive side. Milk was really good on that attacking side. See You Later was just consistent overall. So with Cream gone, you might lose the person who had gotten you the most frag grenade kills. But we have not seen Chaz. We don't know how Chaz is going to go around the map, but we know that they're a Vigil, and a Vigil, their whole goal is to be sneaky, get kills.
Yeah, that's definitely a player that you're going to be looking at for those opening kills. There's going to be some boots to fill in this match since we did lose Cream right here. But the attack on this side, NEC, they're immediately focusing on blue, where Milk has been playing behind a shield. They've got a Jaeger ADS, which I think has already been burned out. A couple flashbangs not really doing their job of getting all the way to it. He's got 2, and they've already recharged. That's a problem for NEC. They've missed their window of opportunity where they can get a frag through, but it's going to be the Florida drone, just like you mentioned, that's going to get its way through. It's a really powerful gadget on this map, and especially this site, because there's a lot of shields that can be so impactful. The first one being this bunker extension, which, oh no, Milk is playing so dangerously on. They didn't seal up that tomb, and it's probably going to leave that as an open hole for the attackers as Milk has lost their life.
My question is why? Why did Milk not bring that up? That would have shut off an area that they would have had to dedicate hard breach to, possibly Pancake as well, and you still would have staved smoke canisters, because now you have lost one in your pocket. See You Later is down along with Ski Dog, so only Flambe and Chaz. Chaz is going to have to come back over to the site. There's not a lot of information because NEC, they were really able to take a lot out under the floor of Clark Red. And now with Chaz, who's going to be just sprinting down white stairs, has to be very careful about somebody who's going to be watching that position. So it doesn't look good for Clark Red, as Hatchet is going to be making that way over to Laundry. And actually, they're not going to make their way over. They do see the Z-ping going on through, and Flambe's position has been gone, but there is going to be the trade going out.
Flambe left alone in sight using the drone. It would be a really impactful drone if they had any player presence in sight. Chaz is looking for the opportunity right now, find some damage on bot, but it's not going to go through. Hatchet them pretty leisurely putting down the the diffuser here, and Chaz has to look for some opportunity. Hatch hasn't been blown, so they're going to have to go down through probably laundry stairs, which is actually the one place where the attack didn't really take place. This is going to be probably where they're looking because this is an unknown factor for the attackers as well.
Yeah, we are going to see the yellow ping go through. It's not going to find anything, but with Chaz on such low health, they just cannot take these gunfights with confidence. Yeah, one bullet from bot puts a swift end to that round. It wouldn't even matter how hard Chaz would have tried. If you're not going to find the headshot, you weren't going to win that gunfight.
Yeah, there is a lot standing in Chaz's way, and Nomad air jab right through that door. 2 more players to fight who are just going to be watching long angles, and that allows NEC to take the first round on attack once again. They're on a streak. I think that makes 5 rounds in a row that they've taken attacking rounds. So as a strong attacking team, this is exactly what they want. They wouldn't get the maximum value out of it before they have to go on defense, where it might not be as favorable for them. They get to attack basement once again because Clark University clearly trusts that to be their strongest site, and I don't think they got the mileage out of it that they want to. Again, defense is typically strong here, so I think they're confident that they can find more this time, especially from flank from Chaz coming out earlier because he was just so close to finding a couple kills that just didn't quite land.
Yeah, Chaz did something, but it feels like they didn't do enough. Now, granted, a lot of NEC's attack kind of came from blue area, and that is something where as a roamer, you don't have a lot of control, which is also why a lot of teams don't really run a roamer on this basement site. They keep everybody locked in, and basically the whole goal is to keep the fortress as impenetrable as possible. But with Mozzie, with Jaeger, Malusi, Vigil, these all technically are considered roaming operators, but they're kind of playing them as mostly anchor operators. But would they benefit more for something like a Maestro? Like, would they bring back the Echo like we saw? Only time will tell at this point.
I really like that option of the Mozzie. NEC has proven to us that they will play the drones really heavily, so messing with that intel game is going to be really important. So Chaz already being pretty much invisible to drones is a good start, but stealing some away and having more denial, definitely more impactful as well, especially keeping some drones on the board if you're getting rid of the Echo, who does worry me a little bit not having, because he was really poised to do so much on plant denial last round even, just didn't get the chance because there wasn't enough of the rest of the team by the time the execution started.
Flambe is just playing such a dangerous game holding that angle. Eventually, they're going to back off and go to a position that might benefit them because the surprise factor, if they're patient, which they absolutely need to be, then they could reap wonderful benefits. Doesn't seem that nobody knows their exact position. We are going to see the Botero go forward, so that could be a factor of information. But there we go. Milk reinforcing that basement side. So now that's going to allow an entry. And there we go. Yeah, the position had been heavy, but oh no.
Flambe still in sort of a dangerous spot there, doesn't get the kill. Unfortunately for the defense, no mark has been found. See you later, still been watching Big Tower Stairs along with Chaz, who has gone for that exact same flank and is once again not given value. This time, though, the attack's secondary push has been through laundry, so this might be where he goes next as well, just like last round, since it's sort of following that tried and true formula.
Go. It is just a onslaught on site. It's a 3v6. I didn't see how that was possible, but NECC with Milk on a sliver of HP, the shotgun blast. We are going to find the trade, and once again, it's just all up to Chaz. They do have bot on low HP. Trojan, though, on 120. They are going to have so much to work off of, but the thing is, Chaz has the diffuser. And that is a very, very powerful thing because now NECC are essentially trying to attack a different part of the site. Chaz is going to win that one out. Not a scratch onto them, and they win that second fight. Chaz redeeming themselves for what seemed like an impossible one first round. They find it on the second. They even it up here.
I was just about ready to say we need some more impact from the roams from Chaz. I don't think that's wrong. I mean, Chaz clearly just won the round for Clark University, but I think we need a little bit. That was a clutch. That's a 1v2 clutch as opposed to a flank while the team is still up, because we didn't see Chaz get to play while any team members were there. So I think some dialogue more directly with the team to put him to better use, because he can win the gunfights and play aggressive there at the time when it's needed. But really, that came down to the diffuser being down exactly where Chaz was in a 1vx and finding the shots, which is always phenomenal. I mean, you can never laud someone too much for just having that gun skill. But for the attack, that is a little annoying to them. I mean, they're doing so well on the attack. They found 5 rounds in a row, and now a stop has been put to it by a rogue vigil that they really can do anything about at that point. No amount of putting the drones down is going to help them there. So clutch up, and they got to go for the second floor attacks. They're going to have to change things up now.
Yeah, a change is in due, but we're probably going to be going on over to kind of the kids games area, and that is something where we usually expect. But you talked about that when we going over Oregon, just attic, these little sites that you could essentially see because they have such powerful positions. We look at trophy, we look at attic, possibly white stairs is an area as well that could be an area of contention. And I think that NEC's attacks are going to be put to the test here, because this is usually possibly one of the strongest defensive sites. You might say basement. I just think it kind of comes down to preference there. So a good start for the defensive side, but the problem is you can't win every round on clutches. You need to win it on strategy and just consistency as a team overall, instead of relying on one person, because it's not a viable long-term strategy.
Yeah, and I think this is one of those things where Chaz just hopping in on this map, the other team is a little more warmed up with another player on that role. So it's going to change up the dynamic a bit, and maybe 2 rounds, a little break will sort of have everyone on the same wavelength and maybe meshing a little better on the defense, because I really see that potential. I mean, obviously, we get to see it realized in round 2. So hopefully we'll get to see that same thing, but even more gelled, even more cohesive with a nice roam. And you talk about white stairs, that's one of the best spots for it, because in the mid round, the attack really is going to need to put someone there to have a really clean execute, because it cuts down on a couple really important rotates between attic and games, as well as from attic into dormitories, the main dorms, through the rotating attic, and any transference between the 2 sites at all, because you just got to cross over there, and it just cuts the site in 2. So that's one of those like primo places for a nice roam, and our vigil really is something really perfectly poised to do that if we're going to keep seeing it from Chaz.
Yeah, I think I talked about how the fortifications of basement, how Roamer might not be efficient. This could be Chaz's time to shine. We saw their ability in the last seconds of those rounds, and now a Roamer is super important going on to that second floor. And we're just kind of waiting for Hatchet Thumb to reconnect. They're having some problems. Unfortunately, can't really do much about that. We do not control the internet, unfortunately. I wish we did.
Because man, what I'd do if I was guided the internet for a day.
Oh, man.
We clean some stuff up around here.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff on the internet that you could do. But right now, Oregon, do you think that with the introduction of Chaz, that kind of changes the momentum of the entire map? Like, or we could see NEC fall on this one simply because Chaz has just changed up the whole vibes of the map?
Yeah, I mean, filling out that spot, Cream was already a hot spot on the roster, opening up a lot of rounds as well, which is, obviously opening picks are the most important one behind final picks. So that just adds so much momentum to a team, gets you ready to go, and makes it so much easier to find, especially on the attack side, good crossfires and angles that are going to pinch up. So it allows you to cascade one kill into another kill into another kill ad nauseum a la 5.
There's one thing I wanted to mention, because I saw this, that coming in the new season, the graphics are kind of getting changed. The band graphics, they're actually changing that. I don't know if you saw that. Yeah, it actually looks a lot slicker. It looks so clean compared to the kind of usual blue, orange smoke. Whoa. That we've kind of gotten. They've fancied it up, and it'll be a lot nicer on the eyes. But
I do appreciate all the new change we got coming. What are your thoughts on new attacker or new defender?
ooh,
What do you think is the most exciting thing to do with them?
well, first of all, part of me wishes that we didn't have such a long quarantine with operators because we have to wait 3 whole months at least to see Azami, and I think that sucks because she's so
Yeah.
cool. She just changes the whole game.
Well, to be fair, I feel like that she's an operator that's going to need the quarantine right now. Does she get 4? I believe I haven't played on test server.
I don't
haven't
know.
gotten a chance to watch stream on it. But the last number I saw on it was that's just more explosive sync gadgets than really anyone else gets. So devoid of anything else, just stacking them up and forcing your opponents to have to just blow Gone 6 and impacts on them. Like, you could just stall with that and it would be fine because they're like instant activation castle barricades. As long as it's not something that's just punchable.
Yeah, my thoughts were Azami is the perfect clutch operator. That in these situations, oh my god, it's a kitty. Hi, kitty.
Yes.
But basically, my thoughts are on a map like why am I blanking on the name? But basically, it's garage. It starts with a C. I know that doesn't narrow it down. Not the one that is in like Mexico. I don't know. But basically, the idea is that the site is barely inside of a reinforced wall. The only entry is that through that reinforced wall, Azami is able to throw those knives, cover that entire hole, and then by the time that they get the punch down, Azami's going to be on that diffuser, diffusing, and it just creates so much panic for the attackers that they cannot rely on, a single window, a single reinforced wall if the character that they're going up against is an Azami.
I feel like that even gives you sort of that utility of a smoke. You can just deny a line of sight and deny a push for at least a couple seconds, maybe not the full 10 seconds, but even for like 5 seconds, if you just gotta triple punch that thing out of the way, that's gonna add a lot of time to find something, make moves, maybe find a pick before having to move on to the other. So it allows you to isolate in a 1vx scenario.
And we're still just kind of waiting for them to get on in. I don't know if we are going to be able to go to break. We're still just kind of hanging around. You guys get to hear us, and there we go. We have finally gotten into the game. We have gotten Hatchet Thumb back in, and we can go back to this basement site, which we should be able to.
If I remember correctly. We got the whole gang back together. Got Brunch Gang back.
Wait. Yeah, I was gonna say. I think we weren't supposed to go to basement because Clark Red just won basement. So
yeah.
Round 2, Electric Boogaloo.
That might be a hashtag rehost moment, but we can read a little bit maybe out of the operator picks. Nothing too much different from what we saw earlier. Still getting that Mozzie, still getting the Flores, and the Flores. You mentioned it earlier, might come out on this map since there's a lot of important shield positions, and that instantly we get the Flores, and instantly we get Flores value in round 1 when the bunker shield was removed.
I found the map I was looking for. It was Consulate. I was thinking of Consulate basement, and you've got that quad wall and everything like that. I just wanted to say that that I found the map, but I think we are going to be able to go on in, if I remember correctly. Then yeah, there we go. So a whole bunch of crazy, chaotic things, and we should be able to get back into it. Yes, the timer has started ticking, and we should be going back in, but it's still basement site. I think they might have agreed to just go basement site, perhaps.
Yeah, it seems that way. Basement again, I don't think NEC is terribly worried. I mean, they know what they're dealing with from the basement defense at the very least. And with the 1-1 spread on this, I don't think either team is like terrified of what the other is bringing.
Well, actually, if I think for NEC, you're like, actually, yeah, let's go to basement again, because you only lost that because of Chaz. So if Chaz is, you just avoid that clutch situation with Chaz, and you're looking a lot better, because I think on that second round there was a lot that Clark Red improved on. Personally, Milk barricading that wall, reinforcing that wall, I think was a very, very important thing, because that shut a big line of sight off. Just stuff like that. That is something with NEC. Yeah, you can be positive about going to basement, but you also have to be aware Clark Red could be improving for the third time in a row.
And it looks like New England College is very prepared for that eventuality. They're going for a very different push. No pressure on blue. Instead, they're focusing immediately on laundry side. Milk, or not Milk. Oh, there is a player upstairs, though, watching this. Yeah, Flambe, not too far off at all, just right off the connector room. So definitely is going to hear that going down, firing off some warning shots, getting someone's attention while the attackers still just make their way right down laundry stairs. Bot is going to be plenty called out with that bulletproof cam, finding him. He's going to use both of his grenades, but they don't really find the mark there. Taking out a bulletproof cam while he's going to go down himself. Nomad air jabs upstairs are going to prevent a little bit more of a roam, and Flambe has been rooted out, but it's taken 2 lives off the offense to do so.
And Chaz has now made themselves known, finding a kill outside of that clutch situation, shutting down Trojan and Bot. And they're now going to go through kitchen. We still have Pancake on the second floor, and I don't know if they have any other members of NEC who are really around to get a refag or protect their extremely important hard breach. And the thing is, they still haven't gotten rid of Milk, but I don't think that's really going to be that much of a problem, because the attack doesn't seem to be going through Blue Bunker like we saw in the last 2 rounds.
Yeah, we're well into mid-round at this point, so moving off of that position, heading somewhere else is definitely going to be a point of value. Make sure your smokes are in a position where they're going to start stopping. They're going to start stopping the attack. Attackers moved into Freezer is going to be pretty swiftly called out. Smokes going out to deal with the Hatchet Thumb, finds one for his team, and Chess coming around with that flank, exactly what I've been wanting from him, putting pressure onto the players in laundry as well, while Milk is going to push up, getting it down, finishing it off with the smoke, which is actually in a convenient place as well to stop an attack from laundry. So Beam is totally stuck right here, smokes ahead and bullets on all sides. Milk finishing off the rounds.
Man, it doesn't seem like they can't deal with Chaz. Having the Nomad off the board, you now have to dedicate possible drones as your flank watch, so that Nomad, who isn't able to deploy those air jabs, can call somebody out, because that is now, I believe, twice where Chaz has just been able to come in and completely change the round. We saw it with the clutch, and now we saw it with Derek taking control of Freezer and taking out a member of NEC. Going over to the second floor, this is where NEC now needs to start making some footing, because once in the last map, when we saw NEC get a 2-round lead, they did not stop. And Clark Red, if they can use the momentum that they have to get a 2-round lead, we could see something similar.
Oh, here's an interesting thing. The Vigil being shown once again, but there's not going to be any Vigil despite the impact that he has had in the last 2 rounds. Going upstairs, Chaz is going to be on the Legion, so fulfilling a similar role, brings some more intel to the team. That's pretty valuable, since there's like 4-5 different main angles of attack into sight. And we talked about armory stairs, bedroom, white stairs, attic, and of course windows. There's the 3 of them that are going to really threaten sight. 2 of them directly, one on dorms wall, and one of them is the double window in kids dorms, which has been castled up and is getting an ADS for good measure. So that's going to remove a couple pieces of utility before NEC is able to really put anything in through there. And they're probably going to post up a player out there to cut off some rotates.
Interesting thing with Flambe putting the mute jammer there. I wonder what the play is. Are they going to be trying to defend server side? Are they going to be trying to get a rotate into kitchen?
That might just be to stop a drone from following them if they rotate down through the basement. That's the only utility for it that I would be aware of.
It is different, though. That is not good, though.
Not a spawn peek, sort of the reverse spot, peeking right through. Oh my god, lying down through the door to find feet, taking See You Later down, and now finding it down on Milk after rushing on in. That's going to be the benefit of Finka's boost, you can run up and follow up pretty quickly. Milk's still down, but I don't think the rest of NEC is going to be in a position to really follow up on that. So that should be a pretty easy res since no one's going to get onto Games Room window in time. So that's a lot of damage, though. 100 off of See You Later, fully removed from this round. And Milk sitting on a low 30 damage.
I don't know if you saw this, Treasure, but Hatchet Thumb is gone once again.
Oh,
unfortunately, the internet demons have taken away, and now with Chaz again.
My God.
Double kill galore at this point. They have just been double kill, double kill, double kill. And now you're sitting at a 2v3 with, unfortunately, you had the downed operator of Milk gone, and Flambe's position has been given away. They shot the drone, and the gunshots have been heard, so they're just going to have to rotate. But that might buy NEC some time, because now you're going to have Flambe, who has to rotate off, but it doesn't seem like really they're going to be able to take advantage of the kind of 10 to 20 seconds that they've been given. As Beam and Trojan now have to find a way to even this one up, and Hatchet Thumb should be back in the next round, which will be nice.
That is an unfortunate third loss of a player, though, for this round at the very least. Flash is coming out, and NEC know that they're playing from behind, so they've been waiting a little bit, trying to gather some intel to find their next pick, measuring up for their next move, because they don't have hard breach. They can't get the same lines of sight that they would normally expect to have. Trojan finds an unlikely kill right there, not even a headshot either. Ski Dog does finish off Beam, though, leaving Trojan up alone, but with the diffuser, it's going to be some long angles of sight that they just have to win, and Ski Dog's going to find it first.
And there we go, 3-1. This defensive side on Clark is looking good, but there's still 2 rounds to go in NEC, hopefully with the side of Hatchet Thumb and what now should be a defensively weaker site, Meeting Hall Kitchen. It is still definitely possible to win this one. It is just a little bit harder, but NEC, their attacks just haven't really found their footing.
There has been some wonkiness these last 2 rounds. They did get an early first and almost a second pick that round, so that was really in the bag to be lost, but I guess they did lose a pick of their own due to the internet demons, just like you said. This round, they're going to be playing very vertical, indicated by this operator lineup. Fuse and Sledge, 2 players that are really going to want to take Attic very quickly to drop bombs on site.
And with See You Later now bringing the Vigil, Chaz on the Bandit. So now you've got the MP7, the C4s as well. And I want to know how that's going to go with Bandit. Usually you might see Bandit on this site a little bit more, because with Attic, usually you have to take control of Attic. If somebody's got Kitchen, they can take control of that entire corridor, which then shuts that down. So Chaz, you're able to put those down, but the C4, I think, is going to be possibly the most important thing. If we've seen them get double kill after double kill, if they could find more kills without even giving a line of sight over to NEC, that just feels so much trouble.
Let's see. It looks like Ski Dog is placing ADS out in Meeting Hall or Dining Hall, so that might give an opportunity for some leverage playing off site a bit. I hope they do play off there, because giving up the west side can give a lot of time away that they could otherwise just keep holding up. But it looks like they're fading away a little bit more, and maybe it won't actually have impact in the first place anyways, with NEC going all from the southeast.
I wonder if NEC should kind of go back to their playbook of, we're going to drone out everything for about 1:30 and then go forward, because that kind of seemed to be successful, and they are struggling when it comes to getting out of roamers. But if they could take out Ski Dog, they take out Milk, and that might be good enough, because now you've scared Ski Dog and you've scared away the life and the smoke canisters of Milk. So all that's left is you make sure that Chaz does not have the impact that they have had, and you might secure yourself this round. And with Flambe gone, much better looking round than we have seen before.
Yeah, this is big for the attackers. See You Later is also in a position, is it already going to be known. He's fighting on this window. There's a drone on him. That's a lot of pressure right there. Everywhere he goes, someone is looking.
Oh, with Chaz's position given away. Now See You Later, The hope is that a flawless round is on the horizon for NEC, and it might be that way with significant HP disadvantages on the side of Clark Red. They have a C4. Ski Dog not putting that bulletproof down once again, so not a lot of info on their part. NEC just now have the ability to throw so much at Clark Red. Flashbangs, frag grenades, fuse charges. With Ski Dog down, all it's left to Chaz, who takes some damage, and they just have to run for their life. There it is, the flawless round, and a huge change for NEC on that one.
Well, they didn't spend a minute and a half droning, but they spent enough time to find everything they needed. Like I said, they went directly for Attic, got that choke hold on the top floor of the site, and with such full intel and a pick on a smoke in the first minute of the round is always going to be super impactful. Also taking out the really heroic player right now on the Clark's defense in Chaz. Everything just fell into place from there. So NEC going down 3-1 on their attack, which we expected to be like barnstorming from them, especially with those 5 rounds in a row. But Clark University flipped the script on them, and now they're finally starting to make that stand with a flawless round, no less.
But basement, I think now. You've lost the basement site 2 rounds in a row for NECC, and honestly, you should have had a lot more, especially if you're looking at that clutch from Chaz, who the roam game has just been deadly. And it was shut down in the last round, but we're back on this side where the roam game is very atypical. Like I said, you might not have a roam, and even so with Chaz's roam they've been able to really take advantage of the lack of an anti-roam. With taking out Trojan, now your air jabs might be off the board. The drones just haven't been there in shutting down some of these roamers like Chaz. We saw Milk was able to be deterred by one earlier, but it just hasn't been enough. But a 3-3 on the horizon, possibly for NEC, if they're able to claim that, and that is just, it is looking so much better for how we saw these kind of first 4 rounds.
I don't think I've seen a round where where it feels like NEC has not all of the tools that they need, and this one I do. The more flank watch in Beam taking 0 along with the Nomad air jabs, but Nomad air jabs and Gridlock track stingers are the only things that are really going to stop a Vigil specifically, which has been such a problem. Your flank drones aren't going to see him. Your flank cams aren't going to see him. So switching on to someone that can't deal with their biggest problem in this match seems a little bit worrisome. And the hard breach, 2 hard breachers, no problem right there. I mean, better safe than sorry on like is my opinion always with hard breach. But your problem is that with the Kaid on the board, those hatches aren't coming open, and the other hard breach is a little less valuable. So Chaz is going to get spotted out here pretty immediately, but takes out a drone, continuing sort of a blight on the drone economy, because there's already been 5 drones lost from NEC. They drone hard, but they've maybe droned a little bit too hard and lost some of what they need. And Chaz is going to be hard to see by the drones that even still are on the board.
Oh, here we go. We see the engagement happen, and there it is, the fuser as well, and that is going to sting with NEC. Beam is just too late to try to find the refrag. They should be able to hopefully grab the diffuser now, as Chaz has just backed off long enough to quickly sneak up and grab it, but still losing your ace, dropping the diffuser, kind of changing the geometry of the map and the momentum as well. NEC needs to find another pick, and it could be on See You Later, who's on these white stairs. There's Beam, who's just going through kitchen, trying to be as sneaky as they can. If they take out Chaz, that is big, but if they lose, that is just going to sting extremely hard, and they're going to commit to it. They're not going to be able to take out Chaz, and that could be the coffin, the nail in the coffin for this round for NEC.
That is so bad for the attackers. They still have players in basement, all 3 of them in basement. They have gotten the diffuser, going to be trying to place it in the doorway. It's going to be in the vision of players on the defense. They get 1 kill from bot, but oh, a second one though. That's gonna change things up. We're playing a little faster here, but Pancake suddenly left alone as Flambe strikes from the hatch, I believe, and Pancake is left all alone with diffuser. Plant's not gonna happen right there in that doorway though. It's such an exposed location, and the defenders are more than aware of that spot. So Flambe gets another kill. I actually have a couple individual notes as well on this round. One real simple thing, Pancake, you only need 4 Hibana pellets to open up a reinforced hatch, so you don't need to waste those other 2. Another one, dealing with a flanker, especially Chaz there in dining hall and moving around into showers. First of all, never do it with diffuser. Second of all, never do it alone. And so making those 2 mistakes is rough. And then having another player go to try and fight him 1v1 just is netting 2 deaths and a diffuser down on the first floor. And Chaz, so darn happy with that. That's exactly what the Vigil is always waiting for. So you just got to be a little more measured, even if it means taking someone out of basement. If you've already gotten down laundry stairs, run right back up those stairs, go with your teammate, pinch out the angle, use your drones to flush him out, because even if he is invisible to drones, he still has to respect that they're there.
Yeah, usually if you're able to set up a drone, you simply a lot of times if you're attack, it's going to be a little harder to lose the map control that you have if you play it decently well enough. You have information, then you can just kind of move your operators around and use the map that you have now given yourself. This defense, this first round, it is I think is definitely going to be a crucial one, because a 3-round difference between these two teams is very, very stark. You look at how NEC played the last map, they look like they are in complete control. And if they don't find themselves on the winning end of the defensive side on Oregon, then we might be going to a map 3. It is not odd when teams win each other's map pick. Usually, you expect the opposite, but it does work out that way. But eyes on Chaz, as they're going to be in the Yana. How are they going to try to deal with the roam, since they know their whole way around it here?
Yeah, Chaz, once again, going to be bringing one of those fragging operators, which rightfully so, making huge impact. I think very much filling out the shoes of Cream, who we lost. I'm not sure why, but who we had for map 1, star player, map 2, replaced by another star player. So we're happy to see those shoes filled. But once again, on a fragging roll, bringing grenades. And this is an objective where the grenades can be really impactful as well. Like you said, at SI, we really got to see the full brunt of what grenades are capable of. And with the broad majority of players just knowing that now, we see such things as anchors in dormitories getting blown up from below, depth charges, as they call them, into kitchen. But sometimes even just normal gunfights are going to get it done. See you later removes the player in dorm or in kids dorm, and that's a really great opening because already he's safe to watch this angle.
Yeah, we talk about Chaz, but I complimented the performance of Bot on last map, and Bot just not making the impact that they really were able to on last map, and they are finding themselves the first death, and that's going to snowball into Clark Red losing a lot of these. But if Beam could do something, they are all alone. The drone, they're going to miss the gunfire. They're going to find one. They're going to find the legs. They're going to have to hide behind this right here, reloading, using the impact on themselves. It's sad, but it's also kind of funny at the same time, as Beam now limits themselves to a large or small amount of HP trying to fire here. And with the info not on their side, it seems that this is not going to end well for them. They don't have the time.
There's so many drones.
Drones! This is everything that could go wrong in a post-plant situation. Not unfortunately for Beam, you had drones, you had a lack of information, you hurt yourself with an impact grenade, you weren't able to win the fights. Just we're gonna need a Men in Black memory wipe right here.
Yeah, there's a high bar for Vigil clutches right now in this lobby, and that pressure just gets to you sometimes. That's fine. You get one, you almost got 2. There was just a couple pixels off of a second headshot there, and the impact would have made a big difference too, getting some damage on Ash, but just not quite gonna happen. And Clark continues to pull ahead. It was a stop was put to it for a couple rounds, but Clark University right back at it on their opponent's map choice.
She's gonna stay actually at Dorm. So no change when it comes to kind of defensive style. Swapping out the Thunderbird for the Malusi on the side of bot. And I want to see bot start to make some impact because we all know that they can. They just haven't found their way around, whether that is the introduction of Chaz, whether it's just how the map kind of plays itself out. The geometry just doesn't lend itself to bots playing style. Whatever it is, the weight is not completely on their shoulders, but how they played on map 1, there is definitely a decent load on it.
Yeah, and moving up, second floor, once again, similar lineups as well. I don't think anything has changed on either side. The castle barricades continue to just be a little bit of a utility sink, but the attack doesn't really have any lack of removal for this. I think, yeah, every single character that the attackers are bringing can remove one. So lots and lots of explosives, especially those 6 frag grenades we keep mentioning. They have so much threat range. I mean, even if it, like with that many of them, you're gonna start chucking them really.
Yeah, and with Hatchet, the only kind of grenade catcher, there's going to be no MI, but we could see an engagement. It's a worm fight, and Pancake not winning that one out. You have to win those ones because it seemed like Pancake had the advantage with the way that kind of Ski Dog was wriggling that way forward, and now you're down 5v4, and Clark Red is 1 round away from that point.
Well, yeah, Clark University has won that peak both times. So that was like a little cheeky from Pancake, if you will, to be taking that same fight that I think he died on last half, sort of trying to reverse like no you on it, but you know, got learned by the master on it, I guess. Hatch is going to find one for the team to sort of even out these numbers. They've still got player off site to hole up. I mean, take one of those off the scoreboard, I guess. The attackers starting to even this up. And on White Stairs, Beam is keeping eyes into double window. Watch for any operators coming in through there, but they're not going to come from that direction. They're going to be coming from attic in a moment, and obviously Master.
A double kill from Hatch. It was huge. Now a Trojan pushing up. It's going to make it a 2v2. Beam going to fire into that area and is just not going to be able to find it. Flambe has to be very, very careful how they play this, and they are going to be able to win that engagement. It's just going to be Beam. We have seen this Vigil clutch before, and it needs to happen. It needs to be huge, but Beam is just going to miss the drop from Milk. And it's just, it's siege timing at its worst there. If you're Beam, they're going to be able to find one. Are they going to be able to find the second?
Oh
yes,
my God.
They are!
There's the double kill on the Vigil clutch up. That's going to be the story of this match all across the board. Beam taking that round on their own. They had actually some great knowledge there. You see pre-firing when that plant went down. They heard the sound cue of the plant. And they went, well, that's where half of the time you're going to plant. So they put a whole magazine in there. They get the site. They know they're not there. So that's going to do some intel gathering of its own, because then Beam knew where the diffuser wasn't, which means that there's like 2 other spots that it could be. And playing nice and slowly, very carefully, there's nothing that could be done there except to have held slightly better angles from the attack and post plant.
I think that is definitely a clutch when you need it the most, because 6-2 feels like almost impossible at that point. You have a 4-round difference. You haven't been able to win a single defensive round, but with that, a clutch was all Clark Red needed to kind of get the ball rolling. They won 2 after that one from Chaz. And NECC, they would gladly welcome to going to this basement side, bringing over the Echo, the Maestro, a lot of information operators. And I think the information is what NEC really can thrive off of.
2 operators that are really going to be benefiting from sitting on cams for a long time is going to make it hard to find someone to flank with for Beam, who is just like Chaz before him on the Vigil, really excelling and bringing the bulk of the kills for his team. So not having other drones for him, great. Intel for him to work off of, that's phenomenal. But having more people with guns to hold down sight so he's not forced into more clutch situations, is always good. That's going to be the worry for the defense that I see right here. Bot's looking to get aggressive, poking out the window. The attackers have heard it, so they're not going to poke around the corner and give them a free kill. And they do have longer scopes.
Yeah, Bot wanting to definitely get something to kickstart the kind of momentum they had. But oh my, very, very dangerous there. And Bot's going to be able to back off. No harm done to them. And they're very, very thankful they're away with their life.
Going back a little bit, just a quick little fun thing. My notes, literally, after the 2 rounds ago, my notes for the round were no Vigil Clutch, and then immediately after, I looked down, and I'm like, well, I got to write Vigil Clutch for this next round. So
you have to write yes Vigil Clutch.
No Vigil. Oh yes, Vigil Clutch, with a little exclamation point. As credit to Beam. But moving in this round, there's the Maverick. I really like that. Last time I was like, I'm a little bit worried not having that Maverick because with Kaid, there's going to be electrified hatches. Usually there aren't electrified hatches this time, but the Maverick is going to make sure that you're actually able to get in the basement. He's such a valuable operator on this map, such as Mute, who I think is actually stopping the Roteros from allowing the wall to be opened up and stopping the Habana from opening up bunker wall.
Speaking of Mute is going to be no longer able to fire their gun because they have been taken out. And now you've got one less player on the board, but you do have somebody who can watch these drones, and that's going to be pretty important. Able to watch these echo cams, these maestro cams, and that's going to be very, very important due to what NEC brought to the board. Now Milk going to take a lot of damage, and Flambe going to be able to use their Rotero, possibly push away any of these other defenders. Yeah, you can see, talked about the mute jammer, and there it is. But Bot is going to be taken out by Chaz, and there we go. Beam. Vigil v Vigil action at that point, and we're at a 3v3 now, and NEC has regained control.
Ooh, very well timed. Flank right there is going to clear up any threat from Freezer, which allows the team to focus on the threat from Blue, where Maverick was actually trying to push in through E-Box. Totally gets shut down for that attempt. Flambe kind of waffling, trying to find something with his drones, and it's just not come for him. Ski Dog unable to find hard destruction either. They're stuck between a rock and a hard place with less than a half minute left, and they know that some of these nasty angles are being watched. A silence is going to make it hard to find the echo as well. They just know that someone's in here. The call is going to come out that he's on bomb chassis, but it's hard to find the head, especially if the player is moving around. Flambe just needs to get lucky with the headshot, but it's Trojan Op that's going to find it first.
Right now, NEC has struggled to get an entry kill on this side. They have not found one, but they have found 2 of the 3 rounds. So we have to kind of compliment their ability to come back from what seemed like Clark Red has gotten these entry kills, and they have just steamrolled forward. Whether that is Milk getting one, see you later, Chaz just going forward, not stopping like a train. You got to look at Beam, who pulled a Chaz at that point, going down Freezer, changing the entire momentum of the round, and now NECC is 1 round away from tying up, but it is meeting in Kitchen, which Clark Red did not have a good time on the defensive side the last time they were there.
Definitely a more difficult site to hold, one that is statistically less likely to be successful, but NEC is looking really patient and well-mannered on the defense. That's something that always really valuable, that I always really value, and is valued by this map. Oregon likes a team that's willing to play patient, to play on corners, and wait for the advantage to come to them. Even if they're going to be down a player, it's still super winnable if you're holding your angles, not taking anything too dumb, and relying on your team to do what's needed. I mean, Beam, a rock for the team, finds exactly what's needed every time and finds them that avenue towards the round victory.
Yeah, somebody kind of needs to take that mantle. Usually every map that if your team is not performing well, if you can point to somebody who overall is being very consistent and being somebody who say, okay, you will usually win your ones, then that is something to rely on. Like you said, a rock. And it'll boost your motivation, boost your mentality. And NEC now has won 2 rounds in a row, 1 round away from tying it. And I think that is something that is very, very important to talk about, is just how they were able to actually start winning these defensive rounds. And Hatchet not shooting the drone, instead opting for the runaway option, which is...
Yeah, I think the right choice there. I think that a couple of shots might have missed the drone, but the move is get out of there because See You Later is coming and Chaz is coming as well. Oh no, speaking of Chaz, looking away to try and deal with the camera. Not in a good position to be doing so right there on that part of the corner. You're visible from a couple places at the bottom white stairs and on kitchen door. But another kill comes out, this time for the attackers, as they take control of top floor. This is a valuable place to be because it's going to allow them to open up directly the hatch into kitchen and open up the floor down below, so they're going to be able to root out some anchors and find their drop point where they can actually plant later on. They've just got to clear out a little more defender presence, but this is a great bulwark.
Yeah, and it definitely is. Usually a lot of teams might dedicate 2-3 operators into simply defending kids. Usually you'll see a castle up there, everything like that, but it has kind of just been given up. So NEC, now they have to dedicate to defending a lot of these hatches, because that's where we see this come from, is Ski Dog is really honing in on the soft wall, on this door. Milk going to take a lot of damage. And if Milk had been dropped, that would have been a very, very different point in the round. It could have been a very, very dangerous thing for Clark Red.
I was about to say, the attack is going to need another avenue to push up with. Just having that hatch isn't going to be enough. It's easy to kill someone if they're just dropping there. And already See You Later is downstairs, finding another angle to push their way into Meeting Hall. He's going to pinch on Trojan Op really hard. He's watching a cute little angle, anticipating this same push, but his teammate's going to be going down, and the sides of the attack are starting to constrict. 2 players in Meeting Hall, I think 1 in kitchen, so either one getting picked is going to allow the attackers to immediately drop in. See You Later does find Trojan Op, and suddenly Meeting Hall is a lot riskier. Bot being outside of objective is going to make it really hard for him to find that one, but Pancake going off, finds a couple, looking for a third one. That's going to be the down, or no, he's going to get downed right back in exchange through that Maverick hole. So his threat is removed. I'm not sure if they know he's down, but it does allow for a 2v1 in favor of Clark University. Bot is the one who has to make this happen.
Yeah, Milk I believe they definitely know that Pancake's down, because Milk used the Maverick holes, which you almost never see, make a little dot and shoot through that. But somebody has to get that diffuser down, as Pancake is finally down. But oh no, the castle barricades. And now you're going to have to see Bot 1 make a huge amount of noise, and they're going to have to do wonderful things. They're able to take out Milk, and they're able to take out... Hey! There's nobody there. Bot!
Wait a second. I'm sure that's a... Hey, man, you won. You won the round. There's nobody left.
Usually, if you bring down that castle barricade, you will not win that, because the time is just not on your side.
And frankly speaking, that's a bad gun. Barely a step up from the UMP-45, which is very popularly referred to as the worst gun in the game. Abysmal fire rate, abysmal damage. At least they have no recoil, and that's all I was needed, because he just found those 2 headshots so darn quick, especially pulling down a barricade right in front of Sledge, but Sledge just didn't have the angle set up quite yet. So that is a phenomenally clutch round, having to fully rotate around both objectives. Bot still finds it for NEC and keeps them in the running here, even as they were last game. I'm not sure. Let's see. What did they go even on? I think they're even on 4-4. This time a little later into the round, so even closer of a match.
And we are going to be playing at least all of regulation. We don't know if we're going to go into overtime, but I think an important thing is Chaz has not had as fun of a time on the attacking side. Looking at last round, that was a definitely questionable decision to go into the corner, where somebody could definitely be in the dining and shoot the camera, and they got taken out, and immediately NEC had an advantage. And I think that is NEC's mission successful. You have shut down the member of Clark Red. Not shut down, but you immensely suppressed a member of Clark Red who has just been giving you nightmares. And instead, you've got members like Pancake, Bot, who are now starting to finally get some kills, make some plays, and have some exciting siege happen.
Absolutely. Here, second floor, but we see a player all the way down in basement already. That could be one of those wildly impactful roams that we've seen already, and maybe one that's less focused on finding early kills or mid-round kills on a big flank, maybe more trying to waste some time finding where the attackers are coming from and just making the presence known.
Yeah, already. The frag grenades, I think, on the side of Clark Red, we talked about them a while back, but it feels like they haven't really done much. We haven't seen as many frag grenade kills, even though they have so many in. I was about to say Caster's curse my way to victory there, but it is not going to be a frag grenade that's going to find the first kill. It's going to be Milk, and Hatchet Thumb now is going to be relegated to watching these cameras.
Ooh, here's another potential one. Oh, Bot still keeping the head visible for a second. That was terrifying. Almost had a mini heart attack right there. See you later was rounding the corner. The defender's taking some scary angles right off the bat. They don't have to. They can play patient. We've seen them do it, and it's paid dividends.
Clark Red's next move could be very, very important. And taking down Beam, that is possibly the best one you can have. It's shutting down the highest killing member on the side of NEC, and you've still got so much time to get into the site. Now, on the side of NECC, at least they have 2 C4s, so that's something. But unless they aren't really able to shut down anybody on Clark Red, able to possibly kill Milk, somebody else, now that they're on a little bit more 50 HP, but as Trojan gets down, it's sinking lower and lower, and Clark Red will be on map point if they are able to be successful here.
Yeah, this round does look dire. Bot, the hero of last round, is watching here from inside attic. Sees the head for just a moment, but he's not going to find Ski Dog this time, and Pancake is left all alone. Another one who has proven to be able to get plenty of kills already is going to get immediately traded out, trying to make it happen this round, but it's not to be. 6-5. NEC needs this round to stay in it.
And where are they going to go? They have just not had good luck overall with kids. It's going to be basement. We've only been to basement once, but it was successful. It was a very, very good round. It's the only round, actually, on this defensive side that was not a clutch win. Every other round that NEC won on their defense was a clutch. So you're feeling a little good going to the basement because, you know, you were able to win it simply based on your own skill instead of one person going, all right, I'm going to win this. You guys did not help me at all. I'll carry you on my back.
Yeah, it's really, I mean, so much safer to get a win if it's not having to be a clutch. Anytime that you're going to have a teammate to fall back on, I mean, your odds just significantly skyrate to make it out of there. I like the setup for the defense. You got the Jaeger. The one thing I'm missing for my money is at least a shield. Basement is really conducive to shields. Pillar, blue, freezer, laundry. Pick one or more of those and throw a shield on it, and it's just almost guaranteed to give you value if the enemies are on that side of the map at all. So not bringing one, I think, is a little bit of a missed opportunity. I mean, you're bringing the Jaeger anyways. Right now, he's just basically defending players from nades, which have been a little bit of a problem. And your Maestro cams?
What's interesting to focus on is I've seen multiple times, I think on both sides, where they haven't actually used all of their utility, whether that's secondary or primary. Like Ski Dog didn't actually use the bulletproof. I think anytime they had it. Last round, Trojan didn't use all of the mute jammers. All the castle barricades weren't used. So something where it's that's the thing is you've got that amount of utility for a reason. You got to use it, man. It's not happening this round.
Mute's broken. Use the snot out of that. Well, it looks like they are playing patient. This is something we've noticed has come up a couple times, but the Retero is going to take out those bandit batteries. Pancake's going to get notified of it. Oh, a little too late, though. He's trying to bandit trick. Is definitely not going to have time to get through there, though. So blue has fallen. Pancake's batteries. Oh, I think he's picking up a battery to try and bring it over. I like the thinking right there, but the time's just not going to be on their favor, especially with the ace. He's able to do it really fast. So E-Box is still going to stand stalwart. The attackers have gotten a couple picks, so they're feeling real confident. And with a little bit of a health boost, they're going to recoup most of the losses that they've had so far. Players in Freezer and two players coming down in Freezer. One of them removed though. Bot is feeling pretty safe there from Jazz, who has been removed from play on attack quite a few times. Just not having enough intel ahead of the fraggers is going to be a problem.
Oh, the outline is calling on Pillar so close. As there is going to be Pancake evening it up 3v3, where Addis Bot still knows there's somebody at Pillar. The P comes, but Bot's not able to win it out, and they're going to be on the losing end of that duel, taking a significant amount of HP, and Flambe is going to be immediately going to be able to get healed up. Ooh. The bullets have stopped firing, but the Maestro Cam has definitely located where Ski Dog is. The Rotero drone is going to be very important, and it's going to be shot out by Pancake. Is somebody going to be there to find the kill? Yes.
Yeah, unfortunately, the intel just wasn't acted upon quite fast enough. That the angle wasn't enough in Pancake's favor to just, yeah, I guess he got the intel enough to find the kill there. Sorry. Kind of the opposite of what I started saying. Trojan up playing in the back of site, left alone now by Bot being taken out by See You Later, who has just come by towards the end of executions and really stormed through. This time he's not going to get any further, though, after that first kill. Oh, there's a gun peeking out. You see it, Trojan up. You can move on this one.
Oh, no. If he finds the kill into the corner, he's not, though. Unfortunately. The clutch is just out of reach, and yes, we are going to be going to a map 3, a very, very close Oregon. And hey, like I said, way back in map 1, I think we were going to go the whole 3 maps, and we are, but man, Clark, they really clawed their way to victory.
Yeah, these rounds have been back and forth for the most part. I mean, the only real standout streak, we saw one for each team on this first map, and there's the 4 to finish it out from NEC on map 1 Cafe. But Oregon, definitely a lot closer throughout the series. I mean, obviously evidenced by a 7-5 finish. That's maxing out the regulation to finish out a match right there. So we'll really get to see the nitty gritties and find out exactly how these two stack up, especially in the DRS of that almost 3 hours of playtime that will come into effect from a third map. But before that, we're going to go to a little bit of a break. It'll be about 5 minutes, so maybe grab a snack and come right back to see these two finish out their duel.
from a city that's high school. I give them this anymore, I go. Cause you a bad money, she don't love money. She break grass real fast like conman. Wanna swim down to the deep end. Wanna know all my secrets, honestly. Can you keep it real? Cause honestly, I can tell that you real fond of me. Baby, don't be shy, I can see it in your eyes. I've been running around. Too bad, I've been sticking out your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Too bad, I've been sticking out your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Take it, baby, I ain't scared to take it. Oh, and maybe when I take it, oh, I feel it coming down too strong. Cause I want ya, and it's hard to resist cause I need ya. And it's hard, baby, yeah, cause I believe ya. Hold me tight, holding on tonight. Holding a cuppa, no get to you clean and proper. Way I move, I know you can love her. You gon' have me on your mind forever. Ever, thanks, baby. Turn it down, make it sweet and ready. Go slow, keep it nice and steady. Know that you've been keeping patience. Too bad, I've been sticking out your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing.
All right. For the third and final time, we are back with another map of NEC versus Clark University. These two been duking it out. Really close matches for the first two maps and full of clutches, full of hero plays. Lots to keep it exciting throughout. I anticipate quite a bit more of that, don't you, Lyros?
Yeah, definitely. And I think with the third map, we are going on to Clubhouse, which that is usually a big battleground. Yeah, and it is I think it's one of the oldest maps in the pool that hasn't been really reworked. Like Clubhouse has had like these mini changes here and there, but overall the statistic integrity, I guess that's the word, of Clubhouse has kind of stayed the same. So teams definitely should know their way around Clubhouse, possibly even more than Oregon. And if you're going back to Oregon and a team should know that, we definitely just saw Clark Red take that 7-5. So, maybe they will get the advantage going on to this one.
Yeah, it's another one that really tests the fundamentals, tests the cohesion of the team. Yeah, I turn into a train every once in a while. So there's a little bit of that. So say hi to the train.
Wait
but
for the train.
It is one that is going to be playing pretty similarly, just like you said, to the last map. And Clark University fared quite well on that one, but not far behind was New England College. So I think if they continue to play real patiently, like we've seen at some points, the points that have been the most successful for them as well, NEC can find what they want here, and they do get to start on the defense as well.
And with NEC, it's hard to say which one they're going to do better on, because obviously first map, they're defensive, they just went forward, and then on the last map, they just struggled a little bit more, but definitely still felt pretty strong overall. So overall, I think NEC definitely has the power here because they are the ones that have looked a lot stronger on this defensive side.
On our bans here, we're going to see that Nomad banned out. That was actually really heavily used by NEC attack last map. So that makes sense to be dealing with that Nomad, and with both teams really heavily utilizing Vigil. Makes a lot of sense. She's the best character to be really countering him. So that's a pretty direct ban right there, honestly. So in addition, Kaid, Valkyrie, Thatcher, I feel like a broken record every time I cast and these come out. They make a lot of sense. They're really good operators. All right.
I mean, to be honest though, with the Kaid, yeah, we saw a lot of a Kaid, but also On Clubhouse, Kaid is a little bit stronger. I think especially on that basement side, when you've got these hatches that you're able to shut down, and they're pretty important when it comes to planting, especially on the non-church side, then taking Kaid out, that takes the only person who really can electrify those hatches off the board, and that makes it slightly easier for Clark Red, who are starting this one out. But I mean, even if they had brought the Kaid, if you're still bringing the Cali, then yeah, could have gone for something else. But
Yeah, we do get to see the reemergence of the Cali from map 1, which wasn't bad. I mean, it definitely had success. And I think it was Milk last time as well.
it was, yes.
So, like, Milk, I think, went positive on the Cali. I don't know if really Cali brought the utility that they were
it didn't
wanting. I
seem
don't
like
think
it was
opened up any
utility. It
walls.
was.
I mean, it's hard
was
to do
kind of
against
more
Kaid.
about. Yeah, I feel like it was kind of more about long sight lines and one shot, one kill type thing, instead of using her. Hi, I was supposed to be an
Bunch of
alternative to
Thatcher.
Thatcher, but
Rip.
nobody plays me. Kind of.
Yeah, but here we do get to see the play, and it's a lot more relevant here against Bandit since they have forced NEC to take Bandit if they want any form of wall denial, and it is going to save a little bit of time, but not much at this rate.
Pet your cat, Treasure, please. We hear her meowing in the background.
No,
Please.
she's sad. She wants second dinner.
Oh well, I mean, she meowed so politely. You best just give it to her. But
Yeah, right.
we can tell that already. This game is gonna be starting out pretty importantly, because with Pancake just holding very, very close, the Maverick on board, we are seeing some stuff go out, and there it is, the Bandit trick.
Oh, and there's a mute jammer there as well. Was the ace thrown on there while it was muted?
I'm guessing
I thought we
so.
saw the throw. Was it just destroyed earlier?
I don't know, but I think it might be kind of a
There
free.
it
But
is.
see later underneath, taking out Pancake from maybe the drone hole. I do not know where that shot came from.
Must have been maybe a little bit of Maverick hole was made and they were on the repeller. I didn't quite get the angle, but a lot of drones have been burnt for the attack already. 4 of them down, and they haven't really got anyone inside. They do have that first pick though, and wall opened up, which is going to be a lot of leverage. It doesn't win the side when you can't rush in from CC wall. You're gonna have to convert it into something a little bit more. But there is a player already close and rafters. That's hugely impactful. That's actually a place that you can win off of. It's going to make it really easy to get Ski Dog in there with the diffuser, and a player at the bottom of red stairs, also terrifying for the defense. Flanking isn't going to be an option at all, or at least it's going to be a 50-50 fight for Bot, who is pushing right up on it. Chad's starting to move up. Red Stairs sees a little bit of a back, and Beam is going to be taken down immediately. The roam is finally coming out, though, and Bot does find that kill because the angle has been turned around on, but the plant is going to go down. There's a C4 for the defenders, but it's not going to get there in time to deny. This is a 4v3. The plant down, double kill from CU. Later finds another one. Trojan Op is the only one that's going to find a kill in that bout for the defense, and Hatchet Thumb is stuck outside of objective with 2 players defending bomb.
And the thing is there that Bot, if they had an impact, they could have had a huge impact on the round. They were able to throw underneath and possibly deny that default plant, but they just didn't have the utility. I believe they'd use them on rotates. And that is something that actually is a topic of debate, is a lot of people say do not use impact for rotates. Usually you bring an operator that is designed to rotate, something like a Smoke, a Rooney, somebody who has the shotgun and the secondary SMG. And without bringing the kind of the Smoke or anything like that, they are definitely losing something right there, because the impacts, as situational as they can be, can have a big impact late in the rounds.
Yeah, I think there were impacts up too. And I didn't catch if Trojan Op was playing with the Mossberg or with the MP5K, but I think that they definitely had plenty of accessibility to rotates. But that's a really good point there, is that, you know, sort of a give and take between your impact grenade usage and your shotgun usage. Oh, okay, it looks like MP5K equipped this time, so probably the same for last round. The real thing that stood out to me last round is how early we saw a player in rafters from the attack I was so confused. I had to double check what colors were which teams because I was like, there's no way there's an attacker in Rafters right now, especially with only 1 kill. So that would indicate to me that there wasn't a defender in Garage, which seems like a huge oversight because I mean we just saw what you could do from that, and like I said, you can walk into sight from that spot.
Also, just dear Milk, yes. So, I don't know if you saw in the corner that Milk basically said, "Dear casters, no," and
No?
just, that is all that Milk said, and so I guess we have been challenged for something. I don't know why. I don't know what for, but
I accept the challenge.
Milk, we're keeping our eyes on you right now.
Yeah, whatever. It was from like 4 minutes ago at this rate because the stream delay, so it really could be anything. Going into this round, we're reapproaching this objective. Bot is in Rafters now. Hopefully, ooh, I don't think there's grenade denial, which could be a concern. And there are grenades on the attack. There's 2 sets of them, not from the player that was the one that was up there, Grew. And another thing to look at from looking at this lineup from the attackers, that drone count. We see 6 of them gone right now, or 5 maybe. Yeah, 5. Okay, yeah. I think I was thinking there was another one, but that's a lot to be losing in the first minute. Those are going to hurt if we get into the late round and there's an even resistance, which there already looks to be from NEC. They know they're holding up here. So Clark kind of throwing drones away as if they're not as valuable as they really are.
Hatchet Thumb wanting to find some feet. They're doing so much damage to Ski Dog, who, I mean, even the shrapnel of a C4 could make it very, very dangerous. But as Milk spots that deployable shield, they're going to be able to use that lance. No ADS is going to catch it. So now Bot is just a little bit more exposed, and 1 clean shot. It's actually going to be multiple shots from See You Later is going to be able to take that out. And Chaz somehow going to get away scot-free there before taking some more damage from Beam, who's just going to scatter away back into blue. And now NEC have the advantage, it feels, with time. Maybe not map control, but with Beam hiding out in blue, that is a very, very precarious position.
I love these adjustments that we've seen from the defense. They've also added Beam flanking. That was a really impactful one right there. But unfortunately, See You Later has been even more impactful coming in through Rafters, finding bots, and I think both the others, Hatchet Thumb and Trojan, just pushing right in through. Beam is going to find Milk, though, leaving the attackers a little sparser. The same plant has gone down as last time, right on default. And See You Later finds a quad kill. Beam is the last one to find, and I don't think the attackers quite have the intel, but that's fine. They're going to hold angles. That's what wins. That's what wins rounds. Holding angles gives you rounds. So Beam is forced to push up. Got 416C, not a huge magazine, and bad ADS time. It's going to make it really hard to get this. Finds not even a trade a trade with a down on the player outside. But even if that was the last player, he still wouldn't get it because of the diffuser finishing the round.
Yeah, but I mean, Clark Rhett starting out so strong with See You Later, storming into basement, getting a 4K. And now NEC, they're going to have to fight their way back, trying to make it so that Clark Red doesn't automatically make sure they get, a 3-3 or 4-2, something astronomically crazy, because the snowball that they're kind of going towards is they're looking uncontested. These plants have gone down, and once that post plant hits, Clark Red seems to be in complete control, but the basement is a different site altogether. It requires verticality. It requires some droning as well to maybe try to get whoever is in blue and whoever might be in dirt tunnel. So right now, Clark Red, they haven't done a lot of droning compared to NEC. It's worked out for them. They've kind of resorted to just winning these gunfights and using their positioning. But overall, is basement a site that demands more droning?
It's it honestly depends on how NEC is going to play it. I think it looks like they're moving towards a defense that's going to be overall more sight-minded, which means that your drone is going to have to be more pointed. I think dealing with only 1 or 2 roamers, probably 2 at this rate. I mean, Vigil and Alibi really lend themselves to it, since they both have set and forget or just use it for yourself in the case of Vigil devices. So with less roaming, I think it's not going to have to be that same kind of pinching out the flank as they really would have needed on the last round. But finding the locations and finding nades on it or utility is going to be really important, because holding angles is going to be, once again, to NEC's favor immensely. They've got shields, they've got maestro cams, they've got the intel, and they've got the devices to make their holds effective.
Oh my! Was that from dirt or was that from the second floor stairs? Whatever it was, wherever Beam was trying to challenge it, see you later is going off 8-0, no deaths. We're going on a no deaths run of Rainbow Six Siege.
Oh, we totally missed the 700 last round. The reverse 007, like insane. Not even a number that should really exist.
That's the closest. I feel like that's the closest we're ever gonna get to 007, because nobody's gonna get 7 assists ever. But bot,
you
starting that one,
me. I've got real caster aim.
taking out Milk, and now Clark Red have met a little bit of a rough patch. Going through dirt is a very, very challenging area, and it's a lot of teams really don't want to do it, because look at that. You've gotten at least 2 gun barrels aimed at this one singular door frame.
Yeah, there's 2 Prismas, an Alibi, and a Rooney, and a shield. And you gotta pick the right one to shoot in the head first, or they're gonna get you. But the defender count is ticking down, with Hatchet Thumb being the right head actually picked there. Funny enough. It's gonna leave the attackers with a bit of advantage. They've opened up Hatch from Kitchen, which means they just have to remove Pancake to get that plant down. Another kill coming out for See You Later, again, has been stupidly impactful, really unchallenged by the defense. Pancake here has a lot of the weight of this round on him. He's got to watch for the drop. He's got to watch for a push into church.
Oh no, is the res gonna do? Oh no, Trojan luckily bringing out that pistol, and Pancake finally ending the reign of See You Later, as Trojan's just gonna get concussed just for a little bit, actually making it a 2v2, and NEC somehow getting together the scraps of what seemed like a lost round. You still got Pancake with the Alda, but as Trojan is dropped, Floppy's going to be able to survive, reload, and now Pancake's going to be the one who has to back off. And with that diffuser going down, the post plant for Clark Red has been stellar on this map. The impact is going to make a hole, but it's not going to be enough, as Pancakes just doesn't have the reflexes to find that one. And Clark Red, 3 rounds in a row here.
Well, Clubhouse, another one of these scrim maps that's super heavily played. It's the decider map, so that's going to indicate that both these teams are comfortable here, but it's not their first pick. And clearly they both have an idea of what they're doing with Clubhouse, but a team that's going to just out-attack the defense from NEC so heavily, Clark University is really, really showing up right now. 3 rounds in a row. Attack Clubhouse. That's not something you see often at any level of play, and definitely not from teams that have been so neck and neck for 2 full maps. They're really storming out, looking to take this from behind, reverse sweeping these 2 maps if they can get this one.
I mean, to go out like this with Clark Red, that your first map was a 7-3, that you once you went on that attacking side, NEC just completely took control to barely winning the second map. A very, very close one. Definitely earned on Clark's Red side. Like, they fought their way. But then you start out this map so strong. And now with NEC having to go back to CCTV, not having success earlier, I believe the second round was probably the closest that they had with that a downed ace of Ski Dog, that you are feeling good, maybe a little cocky if you're See You Later, because it feels like you're just kind of able to take a lot of positioning and win the gunfights, that you are going strong, and it's going to take a lot from NECC, maybe some changes when it comes to where people are playing, who's playing where, that they are going to have to put some sort of round on the board to, I think, have a chance at winning.
Yeah, See You Later has not lost a 50-50 gunfight. They're just on fire this map, And as long as that fire is just going to be lasting, I think it's going to be Clark University rounds across the board. There's no one. Okay, we got the mute jammers in Attic, and that's really valuable. But more valuable is going to be a player up there to play off of those mute jammers. The shield like before, the Wamai, you have the resources you need right here, but instead you're going to be losing the Wamai downstairs, roaming without until to be working off of. Beam there is looking for a refrag and is going to find it, so that's really good. So at least you're coming out positive at Clark University. But wall is open once again. See you later is in rafters once again. This is a recipe for disaster.
Yeah, with Milk just kind of going up there, the Cali, there's been no reason to not take the Cali because you are going on this 3-round streak that the Cali has really not been punished. Flambe taking a lot of damage, almost going down and actually giving NEC the advantage, but still, to see you later in rafters, in garage, that is such a power position on this site that it's really hard to win it back when you lose this. With a minute 30 left, with how strong See You Later has been, NEC need to do something. Now that they have lost Trojan, they've lost Pancake, it's Beam and Hatchet. Thumb and only Hatchet is on the site, having no kills. As well, the only one in the game who has not found a kill. It's almost on See You Later, but it's not going to be enough, and that diffuser is going to go down. NEC are just so struggling to really put together any sort of defense.
Hatchet Thumb went for the bulletproof camera, which is actually really nice to be putting on rafters, but not having the impacts right now is so bad. A Beam, though, coming up through rafters, which has been such an important part of this map, the most important piece of this map at all. Gets a triple kill, but the numbers are overwhelming. There's another Clark University player outside, and it was fine to just rotate around. I mean, they've got so much luxury to work with. Half of the diffuse timer was gone. There's 2 players in sight still, even after those kills. There's just so little that NEC could do there. It's almost feeling hopeless to try and defend CC. They're going to go back basement, try and eke out a rematch on that one. But at this rate, I think they might just need to go for master bedroom and gym and just try and find something different, something to put Clark off of the kilter.
That's the thing. It's just like, where do you go? What do you do to change something up? Because clearly you are struggling in like every single department. There has been a plant put down in 3 of the 4 rounds that we have played. Clark Red has gotten the entry kill on all 4 of these rounds. And yeah, your roamers aren't really getting the job done. I'm guessing that Milk is running the shield, which, I mean, if it wasn't mentioned, I would just say that, oh, Clark Red's up 4-0. Bring out the shield of the fuse, because why not?
I mean, they're not going to get a flawless half or anything off of changing anything from what's working for them here. I mean, if they just keep up fighting these gunfights, playing not stupid, I mean, they've not had to do too much. They just are taking gunfights that are reasonably favorable, and it seems like New England College is starting to fall apart just under the time and the tiredness and the pressure of this map 3, especially in the wake of these last couple maps. We saw some adjustments that I was really, really excited about, especially in round 2. And then round 4, we went back to CC, and it was kind of back to round 1. That I feel down about that.
But could maybe get the first entry kill that NEC has. They're going to go on cameras.
No way.
No!
No way. You can't make this up. Oh, that's tragic. That's really tragic. It was such a good angle. You had no reason to really think that someone would pull up there. I guess you'd probably actually suspect it's someone coming up there and is trying to check the cam to look directly at them. But, I mean, Clark University just feels so safe pushing into the garage because they've not faced any resistance on it at all throughout this series. So it just makes it sort of a dangerous place to be because there's no threat even if you're up there.
NEC all match have been just the greatest witnesses to siege timing that we have seen, just from people just slipping out of sight to going on cams when somebody is right around the corner. NEC have just found themselves witnesses to a lot of bad things happening, but who is below that cluster charge? Oh, Trojan's got to run in the corner, and they're going to take a lot of damage in the process, and they are not in a good spot. But with Mill gone, that takes out the cluster charges, and it even things up as Pancake, who's prone in the corner, could find something big here, and they're taking out See You Later, and now NEC has the man advantage for what could be the first time on this entire map. They cannot squander it.
Yeah, I think Clark might have been overstating the opportunity that they had with the Fuse there. Fuse is strong in that you can play off of it by pushing your opponents out of position. A trade right there, Strojanop is going to find where Chaz was after that kill. Still, one player up for NEC. They just got to keep playing safe. They've got Beam upstairs to play off until that Pancake and Trojan Op are going to feed to him. But Skidog does have the diffuser, and it's not going to be terribly hard to walk up on site at this rate.
Pancake and Trojan being on low HP, they have to play it a little bit dangerous. With Trojan now going down and Pancake being in a very dangerous spot, Beam is going to be able to find Skidog. That is actually going to drop Diffuser onto the site, luckily for Flambe, who is actually going to be taken out by Pancake and NEC, avoiding the flawless half. But is it too late?
Yeah, Pancake making some huge impact there. 2 kills, being rushed pretty quickly with SMG-11. We haven't actually gotten to see too much SMG-11 heavy play. It's typically a really heavily played gun, but it takes a lot to keep it controlled, especially to consistently get headshots with it. So that kind of explains why we've been a little lacking for it, but it's nice to see someone pick it up and really use it to that potential. The defense is doing as I suspected they might. They're headed back upstairs, but this time to gym and bedroom because, oh boy, is that CC not working out.
Yeah, CC, just don't even try at this point. You are actively throwing away rounds if you go to CC. So Milk still keeping with the Cali. Doesn't seem like that is kind of the change, but no Fuse with Jim. They're kind of staying the same, but I think the Sophia is the first time that we are seeing her tonight. It feels like on both sides, which is kind of shocking to say.
Is that true? You
I
said
have
that, and my mind did not register that as being false. No cap on my cap alarm.
I mean, I can't think of a time where we saw Zofia at all.
Yeah, I'm trying to rack my brain for memories of an LMGE or even M762, but they just don't come. I mean, great operator, I said earlier, anytime you bring her, you're just bringing value to the team. We've seen a lot of Ashe in the same role, which she does a lot of the same things. She's a 3-speed. That's always nice. Like, make it hard to hit your head, I guess. You run fast, you're kind of quiet. It's weirdly enough, that specific thing has worked out really well for See You Later because he's able to get up through rafters really quickly on those CC almost rushes. It's not a rush, but he's, at the same pace as a rush. So that's actually treated him kind of well. But, however, is going to start this round off for his team. NEC looking better, getting their first round on the map last round and finding the first pick on this one. But See You Later there, we were just talking about him. He's on an absolute roll, and he finds the refrag.
That is the first entry that NEC have had the entire map with bot. So every single time it has been Clark Red to find that first kill, who would then go on to win the round, except for the last one. But with Hatchet Thumb taking so much damage and See You Later having a little bit of a brawl, and Skidog could be the next victim on Red Stairs if they're not very careful. They're playing in such a dangerous area. One person inside of Cash, one person on Red Stairs. They have the diffuser as well. They keep backing up. They're going to meet a very deadly fate. And an even worse one, perhaps, as the diffuser is dropped. It's going to be a 3v3, but like I mentioned, Clark Red still needs to get that diffuser, and NEC has control of Cash, has control of Red Stairs, and Hatchet Thumb, even though they're on low HP, they can still fight like hell.
There was an unplaced Banshee. So that's going down on bomb. There's still plenty of utility here. No hard breach left except for Flambe rotates over to try and open these up. with his breaching torch, but there's still plenty of players around. See you later. He's gonna find the kill there, right? Yeah, finds the kill, not a headshot. That's what I was looking for. 'Cause it looks like it.
Withstand, Sophia.
Yeah, not a thing anymore. Beam finishing that one off, making sure that the Scourge, see you later, is gonna flambe. Still real close to the diffuser, but it's no less guarded at this rate. Except, honestly, even more. Well, somehow not quite getting that kill. That looked like a trade again. We're getting a lot of those where it really looks like a trade, but Beam finding yet another one, and the gym defense works out. That's 2 in a row for NEC, but as soon as they get on a roll, they're having to switch. They do like the offense, though.
I feel like that final kill from Beam, well, no offense, but it was just recoil, take the wheel. That he said it, and then just straight up, well, it hit the head, and it worked out. But like you said, NEC, the momentum, curb stomped. And if Clark Red could find a successful CCTV defense, I feel like that is the map and the match, because with something that NEC struggled so hard with, if Clark Red is simply able to get that, be 1 round away from map and match point, then they can just go where they need to go to gym bedroom, and they would feel so much better because they were able to do something that NEC failed to do for 3 rounds.
Yeah, I mean, that puts them so far ahead. I mean, as long as they find a round in the first 4, then they're ahead of NEC's rate. And finding 2 at any point in this half will give them the map and the match. So stakes are pretty high here. See you later doesn't have the same control over where his gunfights are going to be as he did on attack, where he just was steamrolling. Look at that 13 and 4. It just gets more impressive as the rounds go on. But this time, playing the Vigil, still a lot of freedom there. But the pace is going to be set by NEC this time. And their morale has to be better now after the last 2 rounds going their way and finding some hope here in what was a pretty darn dark place just a moment ago.
Yeah, salvaging 2 rounds, even if they kind of might have been a little closer than you would have wanted, that you're still able to get those 2 rounds. And going back to the last map, it was a closer map, and NEC was down 4-2. They were able to put together 3 rounds in a row and tie it up, even when Clark Red was at 5 rounds and was so close to just completely winning out. But see you later. You said they weren't able to control their fights. They disagree.
Was that stock? Was that just the stock peak? That's pretty nasty there. And see you later is going to get away with it for pretty darn free. Bot's trying to find him, but I think that's just walking up, face checking, which would be terrifying. If I would be terrified to be face checking the same side of the map that see you later's been on right now because of that tear. But see you later somewhere else entirely. Moving back towards site to be another gun watching angles, and like the work has been done. A minute off the clock, wall is open, so attack is not very well behind schedule or anything. Everything's chugging along quite well, but having 2 picks taken is where it starts to hurt.
Now you've lost your healer. You've lost Beam, who is the only person above 5 kills on the side of NEC, and you've lost all your frag grenades. You have more people who can look at drones, but it's still just not an enjoyable scene. As Pancake is now going to use that other one to destroy part, but it is going to be Bot who's going to make sure that things are equal. And now Trojan is going to give NEC the advantage. So in the blink of an eye, and Pancake just immediately going on up, finding the kill and changing things in an instant. The C4 are going to go out, not going to do anything. And Milk, who has 1 kill and is struggling, really, they're going to have to do some miracles here. And the SMG-11 might have to be their friend.
I feel like these matches are topsy-turvy. The front half of so many of these rounds is not the same match as the back half. Okay, well, Trojan Up gets that, but how is Milk not killed earlier? They had the information that he's on Restream, stares at the other 2 players for a second, and while they're looking into cash, where there is a remarkable lack of Milk. But either way, that's going to be found. The run's going to be finished there. NEC finds it despite phenomenal odds, and somehow this same map that we are watching literally 5 minutes ago is a 1 round difference. CCTV once again from Clark, maybe maybe they're just attacker-sided teams. Maybe, I mean, the bans aren't anything extraordinary, so maybe they just both are going to do better on that clubhouse attack. So we'll see how CC goes. We've saw 3 rounds of CC for NEC's defense. So we'll get to compare about those. Every single one was an attack victory. So I'm a little bit worried about CC defenses right now.
Yeah, going back again, this was kind of the NEC curse that we saw. They tried going 3 times, failed 3 times, and Clark Red, can they afford that opportunity? Because if NEC finds a victory on either a basement or a gym site, if Clark Red chooses to go there after some of these rounds, then they're going to be looking at an NEC map and match point. This is map 3. Whoever is able to win this one takes the entire thing, which feels crazy because it feels like this one has been extremely short, yet it's also been extremely long.
Yeah,
I don't know if that is
so
just
many
me.
rounds going to the bottom of the timer. Like so many rounds, it feels like it's over at the halfway mark, and it's very much not over at the halfway mark. I mean, it's all these hero plays. It was bot playing IQ last round, right? And went up for red stairs, got that double kill. That is what won the round last round, by the way, in case any of you missed that impact, because suddenly the defense was blown wide open and allowed the rest of the team to just storm into sight and find kill after kill, and leaving it in that 1v3 at the end. Bot going down this round, though, does mean that same X Factor is not going to be present this time. Wall is open despite that mute jammer. I think NEC's probably going to try and move up there, land another thermite charge to blow out the rest of the wall and give themselves the angle that they really want. And notably from this angle, see you later, right below, gonna take out Beam, who's been on cams in a vulnerable spot. Trojan Op is gonna try and find an angle to get a refrag, but see you later, once again, like a ghost, has disappeared after getting the first kill. Or second kill,
I was gonna say, we were here last time. We were here in the last round. We were at a 5v3. We were saying, Clark Red, oh, it looks like they're going to get this one. They're going to go on, it seems like they have control. And then it changed in like the span of 2 seconds. we saw a lot of kills coming out, but Beam and Bot are not available. And you don't have too many drones in your pocket. You Pancake and Hatch and Ark can be able to use one, but it is going to be Trojan who's going to shut down See You Later, who's on 15 kills. And finally is able to be curb stomped, at least for this current situation. But Chaz and Garage is still crazy. And now, once again, we are at a 3v3 situation where Clark Red suddenly seemed to have lost a little control.
Oh my god, Trojan going again. That's the 3K. Absolutely unprecedented. Each one of these kills taken right after each other. There's a session of 4K. Trojan up has reversed this round entirely. That C4 is going to be wasted there for Milk, who has been pressured from out here on single con because of Pancake opening up the wall. It was actually added quite a bit of pressure onto site. It's removed Milk from any of the gunfights we've had, and Milk has been on a little bit of a drought. The rest of his teammates kind of doing a lot of the work, but his metal with the SMG-11 is going to be tested here. He gets 1 kill, finds some red pings. There's definite intel there. He's going to get the pick right off of the fuse going down, and the down even on Pancake. It's the back and forth and the back again. Milk well on the scoreboard now, getting a 3K with the defuse. That's going to be some phenomenal stat padding right there. Jeez.
What was that round? Treasure. Okay, I feel like I have to recap it. I have to put it into words because it doesn't feel...
Yeah, can we all figure out what happened that round together real quick?
First off, we once again had Clark Red up 5v3. Trojan goes on a tear, finds these 2 kills in Garage that feel like they should not have gotten, leaves Milk in a 1v3, which they were in the last round, and completely were not able to get something. And then you find that with 1 spray of the SMG-11, they were able to find 2 people and win that one out as the lowest killing member in the entire map.
At this point, my notes for this match have been mostly exclamation points and question marks. Like every time I write something down, I have to like add like
greatest way to
4.
explain this.
It's phenomenal to see these clutch plays time and time again, and it's not like it's a lack of cohesion forcing players into clutch plays. It's like we take a nice even round going smoothly, and then someone just says, "Oh, okay, I'm clutching now," and then it's like a bidding war. It's a bidding war. Once one person starts clutching, everyone else has the opportunity to go, "Oh, am I clutching this round? It might be me clutching this round," because it could be anyone on any team. The kill spreads have been phenomenally close across the entire match.
Yeah, I mean, overall in this entire match, we have about 6 1v1 clutches. And it is honestly dead even on both sides. Each team has had 3 1vx clutches. That I think alone should tell you that, and I believe not all of them were the same people. Like, you know, sometimes it was Chaz, it was Milk, Ski Dog, like Clark Red each had a different person. And this is such an exciting match. Like, this has been a real treat to cast.
Yeah, I mean, like I never know what's around the corner. I'm just it surprises galore. This round starting off a little quieter though. First 40 seconds spent with NEC, kind of going back to that tendency that we noted earlier, droning out really heavily, finding all of the options. This is going to be what they need to kind of tamp down on the clutch potential that the defenders have, and the defenders are also playing a little bit quieter, not as heavily roaming. They've got one player up on the second floor looking to come down main stairs, hopefully. He's looking for Hatchet Thumb, to be specific. But in addition, in Oil Well, Bot has been looking for a kill down here for a bit. He's got some intel to work off of as well, and there's a lot of soft walls, which are money just outside of the pocket. He just needs to find a little better of an angle.
Oh yeah,
I think someone found him though. Yep.
Yeah, we heard the shots. I thought we heard some shots start to ring out, but
yeah, it looks like there's Milk shooting at him.
Mm-hmm. But right now, with the frag grenade going out, not really going for much, but it is going to be Hatchet going off the board. See you later. Still, just once again, the best at these entries in Pancake. The DMR eventually is going to work out. A little scary, but 4v4 situation now, as Flambe still has these impacts and could really put a dent into trying to get this hatch open.
Yeah, See You Later trades out with Hatchet Thumb. Not what they're going for. See You Later in this game is just going to be more impactful than really anyone. He's on such a roll. And that's just how the nature of things. Impact Grenade, just like you're saying, is able to stall a lot of time. But I think the attackers have kind of prioritized away from it. They're getting soft destruction now, which is going to try and flush out the impactor, Flambe, since, oh, he is very well seen. He might even die for it, but he's got his gun up instead of that impact grenade, so he's going to be able to take out Beam. Elsewhere, Ski Dog takes out Bot, who started to push up into Blue. And another player over by Blue, Pancake, is watching the long angle into Church, trying to open up some more for his team, but he just can't quite find it with yet another DMR brought by the attackers, which is a little strange from Pancake, especially after he just popped off so heavily with the FAMAS. And it's going to be Milk finding the kill there. Trojan Op has done crazy things last round. If he can find another 4K, he can get it here, but it's going to be a far throw as Ski Dog's going to finish this one up.
Interesting thing about actually, Pancake was running the suppressor on the DMR, which does take away damage, and I believe they actually hit them. They hit them twice with the 417. So my thought is, would they have gotten that kill if they had not suppressed their gun?
I'm going to say something potentially controversial.
Mm-hmm.
You deserved it for running the suppressed stems 417. That
Yeah.
ain't right. That ain't right. Just hit him with the FAMAS. You can do it. Like,
I don't know what the goal of the suppression is, because especially in competitive play, there is almost no advantage in running the suppressor because of the damage decrease that it does. It is really going to hurt you a lot more than any advantage that it might get.
Yeah, and typically, even with the suppressor, I mean, it makes a noise. It doesn't give the tracers But typically, if you're in a decent defense position, there's only like 3 places you can be shot from, like at maximum. If you're like if you're not rotating actively, like you're gonna know where you're getting shot from. So it's not really that much of a benefit on its own, especially if you're playing with another guy in blue. Like they knew that there was presence in blue. There wasn't anywhere else that could have been coming from. This run, we're heading back to gym. This has been actually a saving grace already for NEC's defense. So Clark University is trying to get some of the same, but they haven't been nearly as down bad for defense wins. I mean, they're sitting on this match point. They're already well ahead of NEC's defense, only having lost 1 round. They got the CC win, which NEC wasn't ever to do. They got the basement victory, which took until round 5 for NEC's defense to do. So if they can get the gym victory and get that one like 6 rounds before or like 3 rounds before NEC was able to, then they get to finish it out. They get to take the match. They get to bump up their score record going into that halfway point of the season, which puts them in a much better spot vying for playoffs. It's a really important win right here. And oh my god, and that win might just be on the table right here. We'll see you later, starting off yet another, because so many in a row. 18-7 right now. He just keeps going. A double kill on the Jackal and the Finka. That's gonna really blunt the attack. They've got the bare necessities that they need to get in. They've got the hard destruction, but even just the player count is just gonna be so painful.
There it is. Thought it was see you later going over. That doesn't even need to, because it's Chaz, and now you're gonna need something short of a miracle here with Pancake Trojan Op. Chaz is gonna take a decent amount of HP, but it's still, you're so paranoid. You don't have any kills on the side of NEC going for this round, and just gym bedroom, you're gonna need a lot more angles going to the side if you're gonna want to try to go for a plant or anything like that. So essentially this round is hanging by a thread is too thick at this point.
It's a thread of a thread, and you can see they're not really sure what to be doing from here. They've opened up single con, which is a start. They've got a way to get into sight, but they know it's a bottleneck on its own, and they don't have the soft destruction to choose another avenue. Chaz is lurking there. He's going to find another kill. Okay. Trojan Op is not going to go out. Well, he's going to go out on his own terms. He's going to get a kill. Gets his kill for the round. Goes even and decides to finish off the match because it's going to be hard right there. I mean, Trojan Op, we saw he was looking a little lost right there. Like I said, only 1 point of entry was going to be available to those 2 players. And there's so much time for the defenders to just be sitting around there. I don't blame him. It's one of those positions that just feels so helpless because it is, frankly. I mean, an ace is one thing, but an ace with no pressure in the map where you just have to hunt down every single player, that's the other team's got to be thrown for you to make one of those. Like, they have to be AFK, hands off the controller. But that, despite that, I think that's a real capstone to that map where Clark University just eviscerated their opposition. There's no other word for that attacking half.
Yeah, they started out the entire thing with their attacking half, I believe, actually being the thing that hurt them the most on that first map, which is a little crazy to talk about going into that third map, which they just seem to have complete control. And I think part of that could be see you later doing whatever they were doing on that third map that caused them to go absolutely insane compared to the first 2 maps. But overall, I think Clark Red did a really good job bouncing back from that first map, fighting so hard in that third map, and then kind of reaping the rewards in the third and making a real statement.
Yeah, it was a reverse 2-0 as well. So I think it's a real testament to that mentality, staying strong throughout whatever was to come. And there was a lot to come. NEC loses out here, but they clutched round after round, just like Clark University is like a different player every round is just going to win an entire round for their team on the basis of, I saw it and I went for it. And that's really phenomenal to see. So some great fundamental C's that we got to see. That's what we said we're going to be looking at, Cafe Oregon Clubhouse. And we got to see all of that, plus that crazy X factor from these players. So I can't wait to keep seeing more of both Clark University and New England College, because what a show that was tonight.
Yeah, that was a real show. And unfortunately, it's going to be it for us. That's going to be it. It feels like I said earlier, that it's been so long, yet it's been so short. This has been such an exciting match, and there really hasn't been any downtime between it. It has just been all action, all back and forth, and a great one to really have between you and I. And I'm so glad that, you were able to be here. Unfortunately, Creedy was not, but I think you and I had a wonderful time catching this match, Treasure.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you guys all for tuning on in. This obviously is the B stream. I'm not sure if the A stream is still running at NECC underscore.
We're still going on. That was all the way to the end.
Oh, sweet.
For us.
Heck yeah. But there will be more next week, as always. And of course, more NECC games all throughout the week. So, hit that follow button, get yourself those updates whenever things are coming out. I'm Treasure.
And I am Light Rose. And we thank you so much for joining us tonight. And we will definitely see you next week.
Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable headset. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Sheesh, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable.